Welcome you and honorable members. Morning, welcome you to this important portfolio committee meeting. As you know that we start the committee meeting on the sad note, as one of our colleague, Honorable Tina Jomat Peterson, as we have learned through last night that she has passed on. We extend word of condolences to her family, the children, and we hope that they will receive comfort at this difficult moment. And may her soul rest in peace. We meet to reflect on the items
recording in progress
related for your attention, to reflect and get an update or brief in relation to the issues that are arising from the electoral amendment, the consequential that will be presented by the IEC. We will note that there is an outstanding matter on the principle framework that was presented by the minister, which we have considered in our last committee meeting, and members had to request for time to reflect on. And also will receive a brief on the committee decisions that we've been interacting since 2019 to date in relation to the decision we have taken, the committee for our stakeholders to implement in line with the APP. They will also demonstrate positive work that have been done in the period under review. Challenges or weaknesses that they've faced. And I think the committee will also reflect on the issues that we've been seized with the objective to assist our work within the framework of the legislative work. So I'm going to invite Mr. Matonsi to render apologies. And I will invite Minister to introduce his team. And I will invite Commissioner Miabza and the Government Printing Works, and also welcome Parliamentary Legal Service in our meeting. Thanks for your continuous attendance and interacting with the Portfolio Committee. Mr. Matonsi, can you render the apologies?
Yes, Chairperson, I've got two apologies. One is from Ms. van der Merwe. She said she's attending a meeting somewhere in KZN. Another one is from Ms. Dito. She's attending the Transport Committee. That's all, Chairperson, from my side.
Okay. There's also another apology. Honorable Mudise Mza, she's out of the country. To the US, attending the Women Peace Conference with Honorable Lisuma. She won't be in the meeting as part of the delegation to the US. That's another apology that we must record. Minister?
Thank you very much, Chair. Allow the DG to introduce his team.
Thank you, Director General.
Good morning, Minister. Good morning, Deputy Minister, and good morning to the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, the CEO of the IEC, the CEO of GPW, and the BMA Commissioner, Dr. Mike Masiapata, who's on board, and honorable members. From our side, Chairperson, we joined from the Ministry. It's Sia Koza, who's the Minister spokesperson, and then Mr. Mudubi Maisela Kamduli, the Chief of Staff, Muzi Njoko, who's the liaison with Parliament, and then from the department, it's the CFO, Mr. Gordon Hollambi, and then DDG, responsible for operations, Mr. Tulani Mavuso, and then DDG, responsible for civics, Mr. Thomas Sigama, and then from legal unit, it's Advocate Malakate and Advocate Sibonga Konke Ngwenya, and then of course acting DDG HR, Ms. Tampane Mulif Sifanyetso, There's just one apology, Chair, from Acting DDG, IMS, Mr. Yusuf Simons, who's at a meeting on SADC. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DG. Minister?
Yes, let me allow the CEO of Government Printing Works also to introduce a team.
Thank you, CEO.
Thank you, Chairperson. Morning, Honorable Minister, Honorable GM, Honorable members, colleagues. With the members of EXCO, the CFO, Mr. Ian van der Merwe, Mr. Kuben Motley, the Chief Director of Manufacturing and Engineering, Mr. Sifan Gubani, Chief Director of Business Operations, Ms. Michelle Modise, Chief Director HR. I've got Tate Sidney Ramasoji, who is our Advocate Legal Services, and Ms. Constance Shibambo, who is the Chief Audit Executive. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Minister.
Yes, the BMA Commissioner. I can only see him, but let's give him an opportunity if he has come up with, is attending with anybody.
Thank you very much, Minister and Chair and committee members. Yeah, from the Border Management Authority, it's only myself, Mike Masiapake as the Commissioner. The other commissioners, we just want to apologize for them. They are not attending the meeting. They're busy with some other critical work. Thanks.
Thank you, Minister.
No, thank you, Chair. I thought the IEC is yours. If you want it to be mine, I'll also ask Commissioner Moyapia to introduce the IEC.
Thank you, Minister. Commissioner Moyapia.
Good morning, Chairperson, Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, members of the committee, and all the teams represented. We are here with Commissioner Judge Daya Pillay, Commissioner Nomsa Masuku, the CEO and his team. We look forward to the deliberations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Parliamentary Legal Service.
Good morning, Chair. It's Talana Halley from the Parliamentary Legal Services.
Thank you. Mr. Matons, do you have state law advisors, if I may check with you?
No, we don't have them. We only have them once we have an executive bid.
Okay, thank you very much. Colleagues, all apologies are noted, and thanks for the introduction for record. We will now move straight because our agenda is a bit tight and we need to move faster in terms of the issues to deal with. I will invite Commissioner Meata to introduce and run the delegation of the presentation. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Chairperson. I want to confirm that we will be dealing with the amendments. I'm actually moving into another room because there's a little bit of noise in the office. Please bear with me. Whilst I say so, the issues we deal with today are really the amendments consequential to the passing of the Electoral Amendment Act. And in this regard, we will deal with matters that relate to party funding, to the Electoral Commission Act, and perhaps the Electoral Act. We will indicate where this consequential amendments will also fit in. I want to invite the CEO to present the consequential amendments. CEO.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the Commission, Chair of the Committee and members of the Committee, Minister Mtswaledi, Deputy Minister Nzuza, the DG and colleagues in the department, as well as the government printing works, and Dr. Masia Pato at the Border Management Authority. Chair, our presentation is in 3 parts. The first relates to what we refer to as administrative amendments that are necessary in the party political party funding act. These are meant to increase the administrative proficiency of the act. We are aware and alive to the fact that the minister has placed before the committee certain policy amendments or proposals in relation to possible amendments on policy matters that we do not deal with. We only making proposed amendments in relation to administrative operational matters vis-a-vis the Political Party Funding Act. So with your leave, Chair, George Mahlangu is going to take us through. George Mahlangu is going to take us through that component. Then the second component are consequential amendments to the Electoral Act, very few, but still important for us to deal with. And Mr. Masehushe Boru will take us through that component. And lastly, there's 1 or 2 further consequential amendments to the Electoral Commission Act, which I will deal with. So if you allow, Chair, I ask that we give Dr. Mahlangu an opportunity to take us through the administrative amendments to the Party Funding Act. Thanks. George.
Thank you, CEO. Dr. Mahlangu.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, Minister, Deputy Minister, members of the committee and colleagues. If we can go to the 3rd slide. Members, here we're proposing that the Chief Executive Officer designation be changed to the Chief Electoral Officer now that the Act is administered at this level where we have the Chief Electoral Officer. The amendment should talk to the Chief Electoral Officer instead of the Chief Executive Officer. And all the references in the provisions of the Act that are referring to the Chief Executive Officer to be amended to that of the Chief Electoral Officer. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah, thank you very much. Currently, we have one of the funds as the Multi-Party Democracy Fund. The Act is silent about the promotion of this, and why we're suggesting this amendment is that one of the unrepresented political parties came forth and they were not impressed about the commission promoting the Multi-Party Democracy Fund. As you would know, that unrepresented political parties are not benefiting from this fund. So we're proposing that the fund, as it is part of the Act, it must be expressly permit the commission to promote this fund. And then we're also suggesting that a provision be inserted on where the forfeited funds must be directed to. Currently, we haven't forfeited any funds, but the Act is silent. So we would want to, to be directed whether this money forfeited has to be, deposited into either of these accounts that are reflected there. Next slide. The Act, as it stands, provides that the investment must be done with Public Investment Corporation. And we would know that this corporation deals with mainly equity. And in this case, we may be sitting with funds that may need to be deposited or be kept for 2 or 3 months or so. So we're suggesting that this be broadened to include, investments with registered banks, which may be recognized, or are in line with the Public Finance Management Act, so that we can generate interest in favor of the represented political parties. Next slide. The Act is silent about the provision of, when are we supposed to keep the funds that are forfeited by those political parties that have failed to comply with the law. As things stands, we'll keep these funds until the next elections. But we are of the opinion that the Act should be specific, whether be it 2 months or be 2 years or be it 12 months, so that we know when do we forfeit these funds. Currently, we're keeping these funds until the next elections. But we're saying that this shouldn't apply in instances where the matter is before the court. Next slide. Now, currently, we have instances where we are being appointed as a third-party collection on behalf of SARS. And Section 7 of this Act, prescribe how these funds are supposed to be used for. And collection of debts is not party to that. And as a commission, we are of the opinion that to maintain our independence, there shouldn't be any third-party collections that are directed to us. Those collections have to be done elsewhere other than at the commission level. Next slide. We're proposing a provision to prevent money from the funds being attached in the settlement of third-party debts. We have received letters from the lawyers demanding money be paid, because they are owed by the political parties. So we just want, we propose that the Act should be, clear that matters of this nature are not supposed to be dealt with through the commission. Next slide. A minor change, section 12(2)(d)(1) refers to statements. We're just amplifying that we're referring to financial statements, and that the commission be empowered to prescribe any format of a particular statement. Next slide. Currently, the Act is silent about the matters of appeal. So we're suggesting that a provision be made, to have the powers to deal with appeals against the decision of the electoral officer. In an event where the electoral officer has taken a decision that another party is aggrieved or is not happy with, the Act should be explicit how this is supposed to be dealt with. Next slide. Forfeiture of donations, we have dealt with this. It's just that it's sitting in another section. So we just need to have a prescribed period of how long are we supposed to keep this money in an event of non-compliance. Section 21(2) refers to the accounting. The accounting officer, as things stands, is the chief electoral officer, not the chief executive officer. So this section refers to the chief executive officer. Now that the commission has got its own accounting officer as a chief electoral officer, we're suggesting that that section be deleted at all. Next slide. I think this is the last slide from my end. Currently, Section 22 provides that political party funding annual report be submitted together with the Commission's annual report. And the Party Funding Act is not, guided by the Public Finance Management Act timelines. So we can't at the moment submit the two, because the Commission's annual report has to be submitted according to the Public Finance Management Act timelines, and that doesn't apply to Political Party Funding Act. Next slide. Yeah, I think these are the proposals that come from the Political Party Funding Act, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The CEO.
Yes, no, thank you, Chairperson. If, with your leave, if you agree, then we can proceed immediately to the amendments in relation to the Electoral Act, and I'll invite Mr. Shiburi for that purpose.
Thank you, Mr. Shiburi.
Thank you, Chair. Next slide, please. The first proposed amendment deals with the impact of the two ballots for the National Assembly. As members would recall, before the amendments, there was a single ballot for elections of the National Assembly. So the ballot was thus counted in the region and again for the national to national elections. The introduction of the second ballot enables independents to be nominated in the regional elections for the National Assembly. In this regard, the regional election the regional ballot is specific to that region and contains only candidates who are nominated in that specific region. So the impact is that instead of what we had become accustomed to as one ballot paper in national elections, we now have 10 separate ballot papers for that election, one each for the 9 regions and one ballot for the compensatory closed party list proportional representation elections. Next slide. So the question that arises is, should voters who are resident outside of the Republic and those that are voting abroad and those who vote outside of the province of their registration be entitled to the regional ballot in the National Assembly election? In the past, because the ballot was a single ballot, they would vote on the national ballot only and forfeit the provincial election ballot. In order to conclusively deal with the matter, we propose the following amendments to Section 24, capital A, as well as Section 33(3). Section 24, capital A deals with special vote. A person who applies for special vote but casts that vote outside the province in which they are registered. Section 33(3) deals with special vote or people who vote ahead of voting day in a national and provincial elections. If agreed, the impact of the changes will be as follows. 1, it will make clear that a voter who casts a ballot at a voting district outside of the province of registration will only receive the national to national ballot. In other words, the closed party representative ballot election, and they will not receive the regional ballot because they are outside and they are casting a vote outside of the region in which they are registered. The second implication would be that a voter who has applied for a special vote and it's outside the province of registration will not be entitled to the regional ballot, but only the National Assembly closed proportional representative ballot. Similarly, a voter who is resident outside of the Republic and those voting abroad will not be entitled to the regional ballot as well as the provincial legislature ballot. So in short, we're making it clear that a voter who votes by Section 24A outside of the province in which they are registered can vote for the national to national elections. They don't get the regional ballot. Similarly, South Africans who are resident abroad or a South African who votes abroad on voting day will also be disentitled the regional ballot. Next slide. The next slide deals with objections to list all people who are put forward by parties as candidates. What we are proposing is to bring this provision in line to also apply to independent candidates as well as unrepresented parties that are currently unrepresented. So this will enable objections to be made against unrepresented parties and independent candidates who fail to satisfy the requirements in relation to signature and quota requirement. As the law currently stands, a party may submit but fail to submit meet the quota or fail to submit signatures that are required in terms of the quota, and there is no mechanism for anyone, including the chief electoral officer, to object to the candidature of that party or those independent candidates. The next slide, please. The last slide is just a technical adjustment to the definitions in the Electoral Act. There we're proposing to remove reference to telegram, telex, and telefax to include email as a mode for service. So we're removing redundant ways of serving and including more modern ways of serving. As I said, it is just a technical adjustment. So the adjustment or consequential amendments to the Electoral Act implicates 3 areas. One is to make sure that people who are voting outside of their province, people who are voting outside of their country, are not entitled to receive the regional ballot. Secondly, is to bring the requirements for independents and unrepresented parties in line with those that obtain for represented political parties as it relates to the nomination of candidates. The last one is on the screen, is just an update of the definition to exclude redundant modes of service, to include new modern ways of giving service. That concludes the amendments on the Electoral Act. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Shiburi, CEO.
Thank you, Chairperson. Now we turn to the Electoral Commission Act. And the first consequential amendment in this area is to amend Section 1 of the Electoral Commission Act to insert a definition of independent candidate and independent representative. And we'll need to then cross-reference those accordingly. And then the second amendment, still in Section 1, is to amend a political office, essentially to indicate that independent representatives are also included in the rubric of political office. And in terms of what we have there on the screen, political office would now have to mean any executive appointment or elected, including any elected or nominated public representative of a party, whether involving remuneration or not, or any other paid office in the service of a party, and an independent, and pardon me, that ought to read an independent representatives, whether involving remuneration or not. So, and then the third element, Chairperson, is to amend Section 5(1)(g) of the Electoral Commission Act by broadening that function of the Commission to include the fact that the Commission can have liaison and cooperation with political parties and independent candidates, as well as independent representatives. Currently, the scope of that provision is limited to parties. We now need to broaden its scope to include both independent candidates as well as independent representatives. Then the next slide, the last one, is to look at Section 6(2)(b). Basically, in Section 6(2)(b), we wish to amend that to indicate that does not at this stage have a political profile. These are the qualities of commissioners that we need to have. Currently, it just says the candidates must not have at that stage a high party political profile. So we ask that the Portfolio Committee consider amending that from party political profile to political profile. And then still in Section 6(2), This relates to the committee of the National Assembly that receives the report of the panel convened by the Chief Justice to process it before it goes to the National Assembly. We propose that the formulation read as follows: had been nominated by a committee of the National Assembly, proportionally composed of members of all parties represented in the National Assembly from the list of recommended candidates submitted to the committee by the panel referred to in subsection 3. And then a new addition that we're proposing is that provided that the National Assembly must establish rules for the participation of independent representatives for this purpose. Basically, is to say, within its own power, the National Assembly will determine the rules for the participation of independent candidates in such a committee. And Chair, that really concludes the proposed amendments in relation to the Electoral Commission Act, and that concludes proposed amendments in relation to all three pieces of statute. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, CEO. Thanks very much, Mr. Shiburi and your team. Members, here is the brief presentations in terms of the consequential amendments for committee to consider and administrative areas which we may need to look at. I will invite members to comment on the presentation, then I'll go back again to the commissioner and Commissioner Miabza and the team. In attendance, we're having Honorable Ross, Honorable Tejana, Honorable Kwase, Honorable Kanyile, Honorable Bongan, Honorable Pile, and Honorable Bongani Bongo. I'm informed now that Honorable Mulegwa should step up for a minute. There's a death case just occurred at the house, and sorry for that, Honorable Mulegwa. And we'll just proceed, members, for the comments. Honorable Ross.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you to the IEC for the proposals. I think, Chair, we note the proposals. Again, Chair, these arrived in our inboxes at 8:22. I don't know if there was an earlier version. But my concern here is that I think we're supposed to be making consequential amendments to allow independents to participate. And there seems to be other things being brought in. A lot of other changes that are really nothing to do with independent candidates. And my concern is just that this is going to lengthen the public participation process, especially if you're bringing in contentious clauses such as protecting funds from garnishee orders. I mean, I don't think that really applies to any independent candidate at this point in time. I can think of perhaps one party that it might apply to. And so, Chair, I just think we really need to focus on the absolutely necessary changes to accommodate the independents. That's my comments, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ross. Honorable Tejana.
Good morning, Chair and Minister and the team, IEC and all members. No, Chair, I don't have much of a comment because indeed what Honorable Ross is raising, that we got this thing late. It's a bit tricky for us to make comments, but I have a similar concern as well, because I thought we were amending in respect to independent, but it looks like we have now identified other areas where we were supposed to have done these amendments. So I think my concern is similar to that of Honorable Ross. No longer dealing with what had been our task at hand. Maybe we'll get a better clarification when the department comes in. Otherwise, it's very difficult at this point to make it.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Tichana. Honorable Khwase.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to all the colleagues on the platform. Chair, it's safe for one to say, for now, one would suggest that we note the presentation as has been given to us and the proposed amendment. And Chair, as we noted, one would suggest that we refer the issue for proper consultation of various study groups within the portfolio committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Kanyile.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to you. Good morning to the Minister and everyone on the line. Chairperson, I have been largely covered by Honorable Chechan and Honorable Ross. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Kanyile. Honorable Pillay.
Good morning, Chairperson and all colleagues on the platform, Chair. Thank you. Let me also note this report. And I think there's just one clarity-seeking question. Did the IEC seek legal opinion in respect of the amendments that they proposed today in this presentation? And I'm just taking this from the cue of the previous honorable members that raised the consequential amendments in relation to electoral amendment bill. But I also want to say that if we are doing amendments and there is a need for certain amendments to take place, then, I mean, the IEC is well within the mandate to be able to present those changes at this stage, instead of having to only deal with consequential amendments around the electoral amendment bill, and then coming back at a later stage wanting to make those changes. So I think, but also if you look at and understand the changes that were presented to us this morning, they are not changes that has a significant contention. Let me use that word in respect of what the clauses are saying. But I must say that I fully support the one, particularly about the ballots, that you're only allowed to vote for national to national, because it actually makes perfect sense. The IEC is not going to be able to provide the appropriate ballots for that region where persons are registered outside the country, persons are out of the province. So you're not going to know where you're supposed to be voting or which ballot needs to be there. So clearly it has to remain just the national to national. But I think, Chair, if the IEC just clarifies that in respect of the other amendments they've proposed, whether it can be done in this process, and if it can be, then I don't see a reason for us not to accept that. Thank you.
Honorable Pillay, Honorable Bongo.
No, thank you, Chair. And good morning to the leadership. I think we must just approve the amendments. I think we must take them to the next process now, so that we can move with the speed of a mirage in ensuring that we present them to the National Assembly. With regard to the issues Honorable Rose raised, for me, the issues that they've also included in the amendments, they are in nature consequential, by the way, because some of these things are issues that arises out of the election process itself. So I think it was good for the drafters to be proactive, to bring any other thing that may affect an election, so that they are not taken for litigation on issues that we could have been proactive on. I'm approving, Chair, that we must go to the next level and we move with a speed in ensuring that we present them to the National Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Bongo. I'm going to invite AC to comment on the 2-3 issues which were raised. I must remind committee members that there was a comment made by the IEC in our last 2 committee meetings that they will bring other amendments that are related to the elections that the committee may need to consider. And we did noted that even before we, last year, there was a highlight around some of the amendments that we brought to our attention. And we requested the IEC to bring those amendments to our attention, including the consequential amendment that relates to what the Constitutional Court judgment has directed Parliament or the committee to consider, that the IEC may need to reflect to the portfolio committee so that we don't hamper the process of the provincial and national elections. I think we'll also recall that as we were entering 2021 local government elections, there were other amendments that were brought to the attention of the committee and subsequently to the House so that we consider for purpose of making sure that the local government 2021 are effective in line with what the IEC has considered, requested the committee to consider, so that we smooth process of the elections. I'm just raising on just to highlight those key issues so that we're not swayed that the IEC are bringing new matters outside what we're dealing with as the committee. I think is that within that context that we have allowed the IEC to prepare certain amendments that need to be considered by the committee. I would invite Honorable, Commissioner Miepza, you will delegate with your team to comment, and if the issues, will then deal with that outside. I'm not sure the minister will want to comment, but I'll first allow the IEC to deal with that. Commissioner Miepza.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to the members that have raised the questions. Essentially, there are two issues that are being raised. One is in relation to the issues that Honorable Ross and Honorable Tejana have highlighted, where particularly, I guess, they are referring to the amendments in party funding. I want to give an example. The issue of garnishee orders is an issue we have seriously considered. It has affected, if I'm not mistaken, about 4 parties. But this issue is going to be very problematic in relation to independent candidates. That's why we brought it. We did reflect on these matters carefully, and we believe we have a duty, at least to this committee, that where we find issues of concern, we raise them, and once we raise them with the committee, we will submit that the committee may determine how the committee will best deal with them. We believe these are important for us to address as we go into the upcoming elections. The second issue relates to the question about whether we obtained a legal opinion. We have, for those issues we considered to be vexed, we have obtained opinions. We did not obtain on everyone, and I'll tell you why. There are many times when the issues are just a practical issue that we need to bring to the attention of the committee. Based on our own legal persons, we do employ advocates in the commission, but also our electoral experience in dealing with these matters. And we want to humbly submit to the committee that we always weigh up issues, not just purely on legal opinions, because if the issue that is being consulted on does not combine the practicality of the work that we do, we may in fact end up with coming to you on matters that are impractical to deal with. And so in that respect, Chairperson, on issues that we have raised or obtained an opinion, we're quite happy to say, should you raise those with us, we're quite happy to present them to you. But a number of others are issues based on our experience and the work that we do and our internal, contributions. I want to thank you very much, Chairperson. I want to check with my colleagues if I have missed something. Commissioner Masuku, Judge Pillay, and then CEO, if there's anything I have omitted on the questions.
I'm truly covered, Chairperson of the Electoral Commission. Thank you very much.
Okay, Judge Pillay.
I'm fine, thank you very much.
CEO, I think we are covered, unless I've missed something.
No, certainly, Chair. There is nothing additional to add at this point.
Thank you so much, Chairperson of the committee.
Okay. Thanks, members, on those issues that we raised. CEO, okay, Minister.
Yes, I thought you said you were going to give me a chance after.
Yeah, I was going to give a chance.
Okay.
When the CEO was presenting, there was somewhere he ought to correct in his presentation. I think he will consider that. I think they wanted to say independent representative, and I think they've written independent candidate. CEO, if you look on the document that you have sent to our attention. Minister?
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, generally in general terms, I think we should understand that amending legislation can be a very tedious process, and you get such opportunities few times. So when you see one mistake in a legislation that really needs to be amended, you make use of that opportunity to correct all the other things that you have experienced to be wrong. I don't think we should be wary of that, except that maybe if there is something which we don't understand in such amendments, we really ask and it be clarified, rather than just as a principle saying, no, we were told to amend to accommodate independence and nothing else. I am saying so, Chairperson, particularly because the bringing of independence bring a completely new atmosphere in the IEC. It brings new administrative things that might not be very obvious to everybody. And I believe these amendments here are to bring administrative efficiency. Because if, for instance, on garnishing orders, we've been dealing with a certain number of political parties, now you are going to deal with an unknown number of independents. That's a huge administrative burden. If IEC used to keep monies, and when you keep monies, you have to follow certain procedures of parties whose monies were supposed to have been maybe given up, but the IEC tolerated keeping that money. Now you add independence, and it's more administrative burden of keeping more accounts. So let's accept, Chairperson, these amendments, because they are going to help the IEC to be a more efficient machine than it was. I don't know what your ruling is about the proposal by Honorable Lowase that this be taken to different study groups. But whatever your ruling will be, I just want to ask one question. While we're taking that decision, on the issue of forfeiture of funds, Commissioner Moepia and CEO Mamabolo, on that issue, I see things like the CARA fund being the criminal assets recovery account. I just want clarity how it comes into the IEC, because, Chairperson, I belong to the JCPS cluster, the Justice, Crime and Crime Prevention cluster, and I know this matter is on their table. What do we do? Because especially the Ministry of Police, the demanding that this proceeds of crime, whenever money is collected from proceeds of crime, it must be spent on preventing future crime, meaning it must go to the police so that they use it in crime prevention or any other structure that is in crime prevention. So the explanation I want is how it ends up with IEC. What does the IEC have to do with proceeds of crime before maybe we could accept this part of the amendment? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Commissioner.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think if I understand the minister's question well, the forfeiture we are talking about is that which relates to monies originally allocated for us to fund political parties. But for some reason or the other, the party or independent representative does not meet the requirements of the allocation that we need to make, and therefore forfeits that amount. We are not, concerned about whether it should be in this fund, that fund, or the other fund. We believe that those could be looked at. But though we say clearly, even in our presentation, that this situation has not arisen, it is possible with the future that we are now dealing with, that we may in fact have a situation where forfeiture has to happen. And at that point, we need to know where those funds must go. CEO, remove the excesses and make the additions as may be necessary.
Chair of the committee, through you. Just to add over and above what the chairperson of the commission has indicated, there are also prohibited contributions, for instance, into the funds, especially the multi-party democracy fund. And in the event the commission establishes that in fact money has been contributed arising from proceeds of crime, the question is what ought to happen to that money. Now, what is in the presentation is not a definitive thing. We're asking the guidance of the committee because we're giving you options there. We could say it goes back into the multi-party democracy fund for redistribution to all represented parties. It could go back into the National Revenue Fund, which is basically our fiscal pot, to be redistributed across all state entities, or even CARA. So we're asking for the guidance of the committee in that regard. The commission has not made a definitive thing. Hence, they put all those options in the presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Minister, are you clear?
No, sir. Unfortunately, Chair, I'm not, because
Okay.
I still don't understand. CARA is Criminal Assets Recovery Account, the account in which money is given as a result of court cases where criminality was committed. And I am saying I'm aware, because I belong to the JCPS cluster, that there's a debate about how this money is distributed to prevent crime, to prevent future crime. In other words, it's proceeds of crime that have been gotten by police and they want to use them to prevent crime. Now I am seeing IEC believe that money must also be in the political party funding account. And I'm a bit confused. What type of crimes? Will there have been crimes committed against the IEC? Or are you talking about general crimes in the country? That every time a crime is committed somewhere, and the asset forfeitures, the IEC must be entitled to that money in order to distribute to political parties. That's what confuses me, Chair.
Let me, if there's no clarity on the issues which you are raising.
May I attempt, Chair, through you?
Yes, I'll come back to you. I'll invite the IEC and I'll establish how we must handle the process moving forward. And I'm noting members' submissions so that they will deal with it. Commissioner Mieta, as you deal with the matter again,
yes,
just indicate when are you meeting with the ICASA and when are we expected to get that brief so that we're not losing the trend of how we must process our issues. Thank you. On the consequential amendments that has been processed by ICASA. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. And perhaps there's a discussion we may have with the minister. But on the question the minister is raising, we are not proposing entitlement to all crimes or even crimes per se. We are talking about forfeiture that happens in the party funding legislation. It relates to monies associated with funding of political parties only. It doesn't deal with crimes in general, and it is not necessarily funding that is related to crime that we are talking about being forfeited. It may be that a political party simply does not comply with the requirements of the Party Funding Act by not submitting their financial statements for the monies allocated to them. That money will only be allocated to them once they have cured their non-compliance. But in the event that they don't cure that non-compliance in terms of the Party Funding Act, that money is liable to be forfeited. And we are saying, though that forfeiture has not happened, it may well happen in the future, and it is prudent upon us to look at where we then take that money to. That really is the limitation. We are not concerned about monies that are going to be forfeited or elsewhere for crimes of other things. We are simply looking at the non-compliance to the party funding legislation where money has been allocated. And whether we return that money to the fiscus when it's forfeited, all the options. It may even include the CARA fund that the minister is talking about. But we haven't taken a decision to say this is where the money is going to be forfeited and this is where it's going to go. That's why we are before the committee raising the matter. In relation to the question you have raised, Chairperson of the committee, on our meeting with ICASA, it is scheduled to take place tomorrow. That was the proposal when we last met. Thank you very much.
Okay, I see your hand, Honorable the Chair. I'll come back to you. Members, the decision must be taken by the committee on the amendments. And I get a sense that there's need to stand down the item. The committee will note this presentation and will make the consideration once all the issues, and I get a sense that the commission present for the committee to take a decision, and members will have enough time to consult and will then come back in our next meeting to consider and approve the consequential amendments that have been presented. Will give an opportunity to also deal with the issues that are rising, which the minister is raising, and I think the commission is attempting to clarify that effect, so that as we come to the next session, we then deal with the issues that members might have solicited, and we consider the amendments. Secondly, is that meeting tomorrow, Commissioner Mietwa and the CEO will assist us with yourself and the ICASA to solicit or to exchange notes on the consequential that they'll will be interacting with the ICASA. And in our next session, we'll then have to understand the process in which we must take forward with other amendments that are linked to the presentation that we've made today. Minister will not deal with the issues that I think we've crossed path that decision of interacting with other committees in the presentations. We'll then able to deal with the areas that are arising once the bill has been presented for our attention by yourself, Minister, as we've agreed. So this process, I think, will assist us to interact with this matter in the next meeting so that we consider this report and then we proceed with it. Honorable Tetana, is that, can I invite you? I saw your hand so that we don't.
Yes. No, Chair, I wanted to raise two issues. One was the issue raising that we need to be, let's be given time as well, because what we raised earlier, that we got the report yesterday. We have not consulted properly, but it looks like even the IEC and the other people are concerned about some of the areas. But I also, Chair, I think maybe I'm alone was picked this thing up. So you need to protect us, Chair, as a chairperson of the committee, because the minister can't say to us here that we must raise what he feels we must raise, and because he says here in the meeting that when the amendments are supposed to be made, they can bring in any or whichever institution that is coming here to present. They can just bring those amendments and we must not ask questions as if we're in a great art class. I think you must protect us. It's going to be a trend, this thing. I've noticed in one meeting, the minister spoke to us in this kind of fashion. I can't just keep quiet. We, as members of this committee, have a right to ask when we see something. And we must not be, our issues that we're raising must not be degraded as if we do not see. You can't be mandated to do A. When you come back with C and T. And then we must just keep quiet. The response by us, IEC, was sufficient. It didn't need anyone to make additions. Because it looks like now Tina, as members of the committee, we must just keep quiet, even if we see something. You need to protect us from the Minister of Home Affairs. Because I can't just take it as if I didn't raise an issue. We raised an issue and said, why are we having new items which were not supposed to be there? And his response, the response of the IEC was sufficient. It was enough for us. We don't need the way he's addressing us. I'm taking as a very, I'm a bit irritated, Chair, by how he wants to deal with us on this question. So you need to protect us so that we're able to raise issues without anyone trying to make us feel as if we can't raise those issues, especially on a matter that is so genuine that we raise. Honorable Ross raised the same thing I was raising. His response, you heard it. Everyone who's in this committee meeting heard what the minister's response was. He was not even invited to respond to that. So you need to protect us. Thank you.
Members, I'm not sure whether okay, I'm sure. In the running of the committee, we have not subjected any member to be vulnerable in the running of this committee. I think I must emphasize that point. We'd always allowed stakeholders and members to raise issues, and I've carefully alerted members that I get a sense that the issues that are on the table, members have commented, and I'm going to take, as always, cue from the collective wisdom of honorable members. And I indicated that it's only the committee that must reside with a decision. And there's no any other colleague of ours who imposes decisions, or stakeholder or minister or commissioner or CEO somewhere. It's a deliberation of this committee since we have been presiding this committee session. And I want to be clearer that we've always interacted with respect and even differences expressed in the committee with respect to each other. And members, even the chairs, will also be protected by yourself, members. So this is our meeting, and hence I've indicated in the summary I've proposed that I've listened to all the issues raised. 2, the IEC has made this issue even in last year that they will bring other consequential amendments that relate to this process that they're dealing with as they prepare for the elections. I didn't get a sense that there's no members are being undermined. If I got that sense, I could have raised this as I always raise it. And we take your point, Honorable Tejana, if there was a passage on the part of the minister that it has appeared that it has undermined the proceedings of this session. That has been noted, but not at any rate that members have found being vulnerable in this committee since we have been presiding this portfolio committee of Home Affairs. Decisions are being taken by this committee and processed without anyone being undermined. And I think we must leave it at that point, colleagues, and thanks for noting these issues that had been raised by yourself, Honorable Dejan. Members who are taking that process that will reconvene this item in next meeting on Tuesday, we deal and approve the issues that are rising, and members will interact with the issues that are being presented with. We also note that the report, the presentations have been received late, but I think we're familiar with the conversation because we've been sitting with all these issues since we've been in office. Thanks very much. We'll now move to the third item. This item has been dealt with members. We have considered it the policy framework in terms of how we must deal with the party political funding in the last 2 committee meetings. And I think the minister, you may need to go and consider the bring back the insertion in terms of the amendments that you had brought to the committee in line with the principle that were been laid. I'll request Telana, the Parliamentary Legal Service, in our next session to make comment also on the issues that have been raised by the IEC, so that at least members are alive to the issues that you might have picked up in terms of the presentation. That will be your first item, the first item to deal with in our next committee meetings. Members, I think is how we can stand out this item of the IEC. Any comment on this item? Okay, thanks very much, IEC. Commissioner Mebza, I think we're clear on how we must proceed.
Indeed, Chairperson, thank you very much. Thank you thank you and the committee and the minister's team. We are grateful. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. Thanks very much, members, for these matters. Minister, the item that...
Sorry, Chairperson.
Yes,
Sorry, Chairperson. I'm sorry. I don't want to take the committee backwards, but I just want to clarify exactly what legal services is requested to do. At this stage, Chairperson, as far as the support that legal services provides, because we decided, well, the committee decided that it was an executive bill that we'd be proceeding with, we would then wait to receive the executive bill. And once the executive bill has been received by the committee, we then start making comments on the executive bill as it's received. But I just want to clarify what was needed from legal services at this point.
Thank you, Telana. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thanks, Telana. Thank you very much. Now, can we move to the, Mr. Matons, the three items, members, I think I will request that we allow the IEC, the Home Affairs, Government Printing Works, and the IEC to present, then we deal with them at once. Will it be that sufficient, members, as per the program?
Supported, Chair.
Okay. Can we invite that we're dealing with the IEC? Let's just start with the IEC, Commissioner Mebza, on your item, so that we conclude the process.
Chairperson, I don't want to waste time. I'd like us to invite the CEO to deal with the items that are on the table for the moment. If I recall, there were issues highlighted by the committee secretariat that indicated matters we needed to deal with, and we have briefly looked at those matters. CEO, will you please introduce them and deal with them for us? Thank you.
Yeah, we'll take IEC, and then we'll take Government Printing Works. We'll end with the Director General. Thank you, CEO.
Yes, Chair. I don't know, Chairperson, whether Matons is going to project, but the issues are captured in a report that was circulated from page 16. In other words, those aspects that relate to the work of the IEC are captured from page 16 of the report. Can I get your direction in that regard, Chair?
Mr. Matonzi, can you assist with the presentation?
Otherwise, I can read from our submission.
I'm trying to share, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Muzi. I think it's from page
16.
Page 16, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Chair. The first issue that the committee had raised in terms of its recommendation was the acquisition of a permanent national office accommodation for the Commission. The update is as follows. The budget for the procurement of a permanent national office accommodation is subject to the approval of a 2022-2023 retention of surplus. In that regard, we've engaged with National Treasury, and we have an in-principle agreement with them that we will retain the surplus. We submitted our annual financial statements last week and are now drafting the formal application for the retention of surplus. And we hope that once we submit the formal application, we will then get approval in line with the in-principle agreement that we have with National Treasury. Concomitantly with that, the bid specifications for a permanent office building are in the process of being finalized. They will be serving shortly before the supply chain committees, the bid specification committee, the BAC, and so on. We've also have engaged GTEC, which is a specialized unit within National Treasury, to offer us advisory services on the process so that we do not miss a step in terms of both the procurement process on the one hand, as well as the qualitative issues and compliance issues from the building industry in the event this is a new building. So then the next one, Chair, is the on page 17 about the registration of voters. We have implemented a number of measures to improve the rate of registration in the country. Firstly, we've gone to tertiary institutions where most of the young persons are, or at least persons within the formal tertiary education system. And we do two things there. Firstly is to engage learners or students in democracy education material, including debates and so on. And at the same time, we offer a registration service. We started with that program last year at Wits, and this year we relaunched that program at the Rhodes University on the 7th of March. Furthermore, we implemented the Schools Democracy Week in the month of April, being the Freedom Month, and so on. And we are, in terms of that program, visiting schools, public and private schools in the country, to offer civic and democracy education coupled with the registration opportunities. And in these activities, our provincial offices are also liaising with the Department of Home Affairs in terms of their mobile units. When we launched, for instance, the provincial leg in Gauteng, in Winterveld, the units were there. Learners would go get their documents done, and so on. And that's how the process will work. But over and above that, Chair, the Commission has already announced, for purposes of 2024 elections, 2 national registration weekends. The first one would be on the 18th and 19th of November this year. And the next one, a date on that will be announced in due course. And we opening 24,000 voting stations. And the import of opening the station is that, in a sense, it's an equalizer of service, because there's a station in everyone's community. You can walk to a station. You do not have to spend money, really. It's a walking facility. It's a facility that is within one's reach. Unlike in 2021, 2 opportunities are possible on this occasion. But I think it's fair to indicate to the committee that the second registration weekend is contingent on us getting a formal retention of surplus. Although we have the in-principle agreement and we are working on the formal submission, should for any reason that not materialize, it may place the viability of that second registration into doubt. Now, we've also launched, as committee members are aware, the online registration portal. And we, from time to time, we are running campaigns, periodic campaigns, to give it live so that people are aware of it and they can take advantage of it. Since it was launched in 2021, with 717,000 citizens have used the facility, and 134,000 have used that facility since the beginning of the year. We will also be launching the campaign for the 2024 elections in the second half of the year, and we'll have a multimedia campaign, one that is predicated on social media, traditional media, radio, TV, talk shows, and all those things, so that we mobilize society and make them aware of the facilities available to enlist to participate on the voters' roll. Chair, then the next one, still on page 17, it's the outreach. And I've dealt with parts of it because the outreach activity is geared towards registering people. So I've dealt with both concurrent, except to say, Chairperson, that in the last financial year, 2022-2023, we conducted community workshops, 40,000 of them across the country. We are planning to up that community engagement to 80,000 community workshops in the current financial year, and we will again be having a multimedia-based CDE because this committee has finalized amendments to the electoral system. Those must be communicated and understood by every member of society. So that multimedia CDE, as well as the 80,000 community workshops, are intended as a mobilization point, firstly, but secondly, to enlighten citizens about what each of this ballot paper represents and how does one's vote translate into a seat in a legislative assembly. And before I step off this, we are giving reports about this workshop that we do, the reach and so on, periodically to the National Party Liaison Committee, Provincial Party Liaison Committees, and Municipal Party Liaison Committee. Now, on page 18, then this is the issue regarding irregular expenditure, the historical irregular expenditure, which stood at 66 million cumulatively. The big chunk of that relates to one procurement item, and that is irregular expenditure in our internal audit function. And that arose because they had a panel of providers, but each time they used the panel, they did not run a secondary competitive process. They just allocated between members the panel, and that was found to be irregular. An application for condonation was raised with the Office of the Chief Procurement Officer. Last Monday, we received a turn down. They wish for a deeper going investigation to be undertaken in relation to that 44 million. And that investigation, we are in the procurement phase to get the necessary providers to assist us with that, with that investigation. And we have investigated the balance to a large measure, and applications have been submitted to the Office of the Chief Procurement Officer for condonation. So we hope to reduce that amount. Obviously, we are currently being audited, having submitted our annual financial statements to the National Treasury and the AG last week. And our new, as it were, irregular expenditure is quite minimal. It's no more than 5 million, and we hope that the audit will affirm that position. Then the next, Chair, is the issue of the voter management devices and the functionality problems that we experienced in the 2021 elections. Chair, we've just concluded updating the operating system of the VMDs. Close to 37,000 of the units have their operating systems updated to the new version available in the market. And the purpose of updating, as it were, the operating system is to increase functionality, to optimize functionality of the devices, but also to improve the security. We've also developed a new registration application. In fact, a better word would be enhanced the registration application on the VMDs. And the import of the new, or rather the enhanced application, is that it will work offline when it loses connectivity. And it won't even be apparent to the user that it is now in an offline mode. So that should assist with not interrupting a business on the day of registration. So as soon as we lose connectivity for whatever reason, because there are vagaries that cannot be fully accounted for in the connectivity value chain. So as soon as that happens, the registration station will continue to function using the VMD, because it will operate now in an offline mode. We are also linking all the devices to a mobile device, MDM, mobile device management application. And the idea behind that is to ensure that we can account for each device and check whether it's operational, check its location, check who's using it, and all those types of things. And the mobile device management application, in conjunction with the APN, will be able to check how much data is being consumed by each one of the devices, so we can make intelligent decisions about our assessment of the bandwidth and whether we need to up the bandwidth for certain devices or all devices, or devices in certain areas. So that intelligence is possible because of the mobile device management application. We are also, Chair, maybe in terms of the registration application, we've also removed the layers of the mapping layers on the application because there were too many layers. There were provincial boundaries, municipal boundaries, ward boundaries, VD boundaries, and so on. And each time you have a transaction, it has to navigate, the transaction has to navigate itself through all those mapping layers. And we've realized that we do not need all of them. What we really need is the VD layer as well as the ward layer, and so on. So that should also assist with the speed of the transactions. And Chair, we are also having 2 dedicated dry runs to test the functionality of the VMDs ahead of the registration and the national and provincial elections. In other words, with the dry runs, staff will go to the 24,000 voting stations and they will have trust transactions that they must run, and will be able to make a determination of the functionality of the system. So, it's not a matter of doing them from a centralized point. We will test and dry run them from all the 24,000 points ahead of the registration. And if there are any interventions that become necessary out of that exercise, we'll do it such that we have the time for those interventions to be implemented. And then, lastly, Chair, on this score is the issue of the hardware that supports the operation of the VMD. Those are your servers, your storage, area network. We are really, with the CEN, we've started the process to procure, and we've increased capacity within our CEN. We will be going shortly into a procurement phase for additional server capacity to increase the processing power here at National Office for all these transactions to be processed seamlessly. So all those hardware-related improvements are receiving attention. And then, Chair, the next one is the voters' roll. And Section 11 of the Electoral Act imposes an obligation on the Chief Electoral Officer to change the registration details of the voter if such details are incorrect or have changed. And the address of a voter must be linked to the ward, at least the ward in which that voter is registered. So, in instances where it becomes known to the administration of the commission that a person's details have changed or are incorrect in relation to where they are registered, it is incumbent upon the Chief Electoral Officer to ensure that such a person is registered. The reality of the matter is that the requirement to have an address on the voter's roll has implications in terms of where a person is registered. For instance, if my residential address is 1301 Centurion, I can't be registered in Midrand, or I can't be registered in Mamelodi, for instance. And it is the duty of the Chief Electoral Officer to ensure that there is that alignment. Now, the second issue regarding that, obviously, in moving people from one segment of the voters' roll to the other, there has to be just administrative procedure for that. I can't just sit, or officials of the IEC can't just sit and move people. A person must be served notice of intention to change one's registration detailed and provide the affected voter an opportunity to make representations before changes can be effected. And that is the process that we are currently following in relation to by-elections. Ahead of each by-election, we embark on this process. We identify people whose addresses are not linked to the ward in which a by-election is happening, and we serve them notices and offer those people opportunities to make representations. In the majority of cases, people don't respond, but in others, they do say, nope, you got it all wrong. This is where I live. This is how you must correct my address, and so on. And we are continuously analyzing the voters' role to check where these misalignments are. And part of the communication message when we launched the campaign for 2024 is to mobilize people to check their correctness in relation to their address, so that people are made aware that this is not just a opportunity for new registered vote, for the registration of new voters, but a registration weekend as well as the online registration portal. It's an opportunity to continuously change your details and ensure that there's a link between your address and the ward in which you live. The VMDs are constructed on that basis. The mapping functionality, once you give an address, it locates you in the ward in which you ought to be. Similarly, the voter portal does that. So our technological improvements of the last few years are geared to making that correction. But we do need, as I indicated in this campaign coming, to ensure that people are made aware that you have to check the correctness of your address in relation to the ward in which you are registered. And the better if people do it themselves, because then they know where they are registered, rather than to invoke provisions of Section 11 and Section 12 of the Electoral Act. Now, the next one, Chair, is the issue about the targets on page 19. And okay, really, Chair, we have a commitment, the Commission has a commitment to improving the overall effectiveness of the institution, and to meet all targets that we are agreed upon between ourselves as the Electoral Commission and the National Assembly as the representative body of citizens. But there are factors that are outside of our control that impact on our ability to meet our targets. And these exogenous factors include load shedding, which affects connectivity and therefore system availability. Because we providing service not only at national office and provincial offices. We've got about 250 local offices, which we do not own, most of which are still within municipalities. And we're dependent on whether that municipality has a UPS or not. And so this sporadic incidence of load shedding affects our network connectivity and system availability. And just some of the issues that relate to the registration of voters as well as voter turnout. Our research suggests that the registration of voters is also influenced by developments in the political system, and that voters, potential voters, are in fact opting out of registration as voters and as people who are registering. In other words, what that says is people are not registering because they don't know where to register, when to register, and how to register. But research is telling us that people are aware of those facilities and how those facilities work and when they can access them. But people have been disenchanted about developments in the political system. I guess that's a strategic challenge to the state, meaning parliament, meaning the executive, meaning institutions supporting democracy, and indeed civil society, to say, how do we ensure that the majority of people remain engaged in the constitutional and democratic project of the country? And that it's a strategic challenge for the country. The IEC has a role, but so does all other institutions of representation and institutions of governance within the state system. And then, Chair, the challenge to provincial procurement regime also resulted in disruptions to the supply chain processes, which led to low spending levels. We know that there were challenges to the preferential procurement regulations, and at a point, we had to cease all procurement for a duration of at least 2 months, and that affected us, affected the supply chain processes. Then the next, I think that's the penultimate one, Chair, is the negative perceptions about well, it's about printing with the ballots with the government printing works. The Commission has considered this matter quite carefully and took the view that negative perceptions about the independent management of elections may come about if ballots are printed in a government entity which is under the direction of the member of the National Executive. And I think the Commission would like the committee to reflect carefully on that risk. The Commission is not raising an issue about technical ability, but is raising an issue that could have far-reaching consequences on the perception of independence of the electoral process. And we really want to invite the committee to reflect deeply on that aspect. Well, lastly, Chair, is the issue of special votes. Of course, the Commission will endeavor to visit all approved applications for home visits during special voting days. But I think it's fair that we also raise this with the committee, that we found instances where political parties or representatives of political parties apply on behalf of voters who have not requested a special vote. And we get to the house, the person says, I'm fully able. I'm going to go on voting day to the voting station. What that does, it's a waste of resources because you're taking a team out there. And people who really require the service ultimately don't get it because you've used the opportunity to visit the person that otherwise could go to the station and vote on their own. So there is that wastage of scarce public resources, and which introduces inefficiency as well. So there's an abuse by role players of the system. And I think it calls for political maturity, because people who are really deserving of the service must be serviced. Yet those that are able-bodied should be able to go to the station and vote on election day. That's our submission, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, CEO, for that detail. Let me invite the government printing works.
Chairperson, good morning again to Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, honorable members, honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, the DG of the Department of Home Affairs, Commissioner of BMA, and the CEO of IEC, and all the colleagues connected to the platform. I'm going to take the report on the government printing work, starting with the previous ones, and then I will come to the 2022 one. The first one is on 6.1.6, where we were expected to report on the implications of introducing the bill, security printing bill, to Parliament. Basically, GPW has a strategic intent of printing state security documents for customers within the Republic, as well as those located in the SADC and African countries. Our intention, once enacted, is to have the bill assist us to ring-fence the printing of state security documents without being subjected to a competitive bidding process. At this point in time, much as we acknowledge that we are bound by the PFMA as well as the Treasury regulations in terms of competitive bidding process, but as a government printer, it is imperative that we receive the necessary support from National Treasury, such that if we are granted the status of being the sole supplier of only state security documents, it will assist government printing works in terms of departments complying with that legislation without being punished. At this point in time, those who come and transact with government printing works directly are issued with audit findings from the AGSA, and we are of the view that our plea to National Treasury, because we've met with them on several occasions on this issue, and we know that they are dealing with this matter because they are looking at government components across government, to have a special provision that says that that government departments are actually allowed to come and transact with us without following the due processes, but being compliant with the law still. Should this be granted, we will be able to achieve our objective of securing the sovereignty of the country by ensuring that all critical state documents, such as, well, amongst others, ID documents, travel documents, legislation, letterheads for all political principles, metric certificates, and examinations are actually printed by government printing works, and that would legitimize that process accordingly, and we will obviously account in terms of the work that has been done. For the past 6-7 years, government printing works has been self-revenue generating, and it has actually enabled us to sustain our operations through the sale of these products to our customers. Should this happen, it will help us to replenish our revenue base to continue to fund all our capital projects, pay salaries and service providers or suppliers, and this financial benefit will indeed help sustain our operations to avoid us having to approach National Treasury for a bailout. So it is important that that is noted. Our liquidity is actually good, but we believe that it will be further strengthened. And once it is strengthened, we should be able to continue in line with our founding legislation to surrender our surplus to National Treasury as required by the Treasury regulation, and will continue to contribute to the National Revenue Fund, thereby supporting government in meeting its financial obligations. We'll also be able to promote the development of SMEs, because in the printing and manufacturing sector, we find that there are service providers that are upcoming that are accredited in terms of the printing of state security documents, and we have a few of those already confirmed on our database, and we are actually empowering them by making sure that they are also able to print some of the parasecurity documents that we require, except for the core ones, which are exams, as well as IDs, passports, and other core ones that we cannot outsource to them. But those that we are able to, we are using them so that it can also benefit them. The legislative provision would help to ring-fence the printing of state security documents, and that can only be achieved once the bill is enacted. On the next one of ensuring that the bill is submitted to Parliament, this was supposed to happen in the 2019-2020 financial year. However, I need to indicate that there are numerous consultations sessions that has happened. The government printing works had not had a legal team for a while. So we have been going through Home Affairs and using their legal unit to make sure that this work is concluded. So we've been following the draft legislative process to make sure that this bill carries through the process, including the say-yes process that DPME has actually prescribed. So in the process of that consultation, the State Law Advisor's Office actually directed that our consultations should be broadened on the bill, simply because it will have an impact on the provincial departments as well, and therefore it should be consulted with all the provincial departments and also be tabled at the National Council of Provinces. And this is what has actually called about the prolonged consultation, because we didn't anticipate that it would then go beyond the 2021-22 financial year. As it stands, the consultation process is underway. An update is that we have consulted with all the national and provincial departments, and the only one that is outstanding is Northwest as well as the Western Cape. As soon as those two are confident, the bill will then be presented to Minister, then it will then possibly go to Cabinet and follow the draft legislative process. So we are pursuing this, and although it is difficult for us to put a time frame on when the bill will be finalized, we are hoping that by the end of this financial year, we shall have made tremendous progress and we will be able to report. The challenge that we still have is the capacity for drafting within government printing works. We have now appointed a legal team that is working with Home Affairs, but we are in engagement with Home Affairs just to see how we can facilitate this process going forward. On 6.1.8, in terms of missing CVs, internally, we have taken disciplinary action against officials who were responsible for safeguarding of the CVs at the time of the loss. To that end, 4 officials were issued with written warning letters, and 1 assistant director who was responsible for the recruitment process had resigned prior the process was finalized. However, to follow up on the issue of the Hawks, because it was taking forever to be concluded and we didn't get feedback, on the 23rd of May 2022, I wrote to the National Commissioner of Subs and the head of the Hawks and requested feedback officially on these cases because it had taken so long for them to respond. They sent back a response to us on the 1st of July 2022, indicating that the investigation was completed. However, it was still referred to the Specialized Commercial Crimes Court for a further investigation. At this point, when we're presenting, the decision had not been made, but we are following up on this matter so that we find finality on it. Submission of the annual report. I need to indicate that the 2021-22 annual financial statements were submitted to AGSA on the 29th of December 2022, and they had made a commitment that the current audit report would then be signed off on the 24th of April 2023. There was an extension to this date. We were given the date of end of May to make sure that all the quality assurance bodies have been consulted. The annual report will be actually developed as soon as the audit report is finalized, and we should then be able to submit as required. An investigation was conducted following the issue of the data loss. Minister instituted a high-powered delegation. It's a multidisciplinary team that conducted the investigation. The report was finalized and presented to the Portfolio Committee on the 5th of July 2022. Following that, the report was then handed over to EXCO by Minister in September. We immediately developed action plans based on the recommendations that have been made in the report, and that implementation process is currently underway. In addition, in terms of consequence management emanating from the data loss, we issued 9 letters to the entire ICT management team, including a director at the point as part of consequence management. But further to that, we didn't leave it and said it will be fine. We instituted a forensic investigation into the causes of the data loss from a technical point of view. And that investigation has been concluded, and the recommendations are being implemented. An official has been put on suspension, and following the outcome of the investigation, there's a full-scale disciplinary process that is underway, and we should be able to conclude it within the next month. Further to that, the MRP recommended a forensic investigation into all the recommendations where they referred us, so that we could institute that type of investigation. And these are mainly those that are related to contract issues. And at this point, the forensic team has been hard at work to make sure that they investigate thoroughly the causes of the data loss, the system crash, as well as the contracts that we've been referred to. And we know that it's difficult for us to allocate the time frame, but by December this year, we shall have received the final report, and we will be able to submit it to Minister. Beefing up the ICT environment has been at the center of our decisions as EXCO. To this date, all vacant funded positions in ICT have been advertised. The process that we followed, we had the structure reviewed, and that structure was implemented with effect from the 1st of April 2022. We have developed a recruitment plan, and in line with that, we have categorized it into year 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, because it's a journey that we will fulfill over time. But following that, we isolated specific posts which were cited in the MRP report, and those were subjected to a review. And the structure is being implemented in line with that. So HR is on a full steam facilitating the filling of the post. And in addition, just in the interim whilst we're filling post, we've taken a decision as EXCO to add manpower in the ICT environment to provide support. There's a resource that was, and thanks to DG of Home Affairs, that was allocated to support us, particularly in the virtual infrastructure environment, because that's where the value chain starts within the organization to provision servers and so forth. In addition, we also had to in-source critical skills, from outside to support this environment. To this end, professional services in that visual infrastructure environment have been sourced, in addition to the one from Home Affairs that has since left. So we now have our capacity since March 2023. We are in the process of procuring professional services for the Project Management Office, which is our PMO, to ensure that all the ICT projects are implemented in order to support this environment. We also recently had a high turnover rate in this environment. Hence, we are sourcing all the external support to augment the capacity that we require. Further to that, all the other capacity that we require, particularly establishing the PMO, we are anticipating that by July, which is next month, we shall have sourced all those critical skills. We've also approached SITA so that we utilize their transversal tenders to get more critical skills in the areas where we need capacity. We are also in the process of procuring the ICT support in a form of the ERP system, but I will talk to that later. And as soon as the positions are filled, we will use less of the professional services and will only go to them where required. We've written to Minister in terms of the review of the structure. Minister has already approved, and we've sent to the Minister of Public Service and Administration for concurrence. And as soon as that approval is granted, we will then fill all the other posts in the latter financial years. In addition, we have 2 service providers that have been procured to support the ICT environment, particularly in the applications management environment, and they have already started with the re-automation of the e-Gazette and the tender system, which had previously collapsed. From February this year, we started the go-live process, and to date, we can confirm that the go-live process is a success, and we're just testing the final modules just to make sure that we now focus on post-go-live and support and maintenance. So that is going well indeed. In terms of recommendations for 2022, the update is as follows on the submission of the AFSs. The 2021-22 annual financial statements were submitted, as I've already indicated, to AG. However, an update since submission of this report is that we have since managed to develop and finalize our annual financial statements for the 2022-23 financial year. They've already been presented to Audit Committee. We consolidated the input from both internal audit as well as Audit Committee, and these were submitted to AGSA by the 31st of May 2023. And this brings us to in line with the statutory reporting framework, in line with the PFMA, and we hope to maintain this trend going forward so that we don't submit our financials late. This means that the audit process will then begin based on the submitted annual financial statements. The issue of the MRP recommendations on the data loss, I've already spoken to the consequence management that has been taken. However, I will just refer to progress that has been made. ICT had a total of about 61 recommendations, and of those, 39% has already been implemented. I need to indicate, however, that in this environment, most of the recommendations relate to procurement processes. And to this end, what we've done, we've developed a procurement plan, and that has already been approved, and we've shared it with SITA, because there are those that SITA needs to help us to facilitate in terms of procurement or through their transversal tender processes or the contracts that we have. But internally, what we've done, we've already established the business bid specification committees, BEC and BAC, and we used the existing structures, but we added technical support from ICT to facilitate the procurement of all these services. And the letters have already been issued, and those committees are ready to go through these, to scrutinize the specifications. The CIO and the team are busy with the specifications because it's quite a large procurement plan, so that we don't wait until the end of the financial year to actually deal with this issue. A forensic investigation that I've mentioned in the environment continues. This one is a broader one that relates to ICT contracts as well. And as soon as that is concluded, as I've indicated, we should be able to conclude this type of work and report accordingly. And progress on the upgrade and maintenance of the ICT infrastructure and backup is as follows. We have already instituted multiple layers of backup, and to make sure that we enhance business continuity. Backup is done on-site as well as off-site, and we've got tape libraries that we have procured, and data is being saved on a daily, weekly, and monthly basis. And we are able to test, all those gadgets and restore the data successfully. So that is the restores are being done on a monthly basis. The ICT the technology infrastructure refresh is planned for achievement by December 2023, and the migration to the new technology infrastructure will be achieved by March 2024. However, I need to indicate that in view of all the challenges we had with data loss as well as the legacy ERP system that we have approached National Treasury, which is the IFMS team, because previously there was a moratorium on government not being able to go out to procure ICT services of this nature unless you are granted permission. So we've approached the IFMS team. We've had several meetings, and they have undertaken to support us simply because they realize that some of the modules that we have, IFMS does not have, and they are in support of us going out to the market to seek the ERP system that is required. We're just waiting for the official letter from them, and as soon as that is granted, we will then proceed. And we are fast-tracking this so that we can be able to have a system that will stabilize our operations. Professional services for security services in ICT in particular, they've already started in April, and they will provide security architecture and identity management support services to government pension works. And I've mentioned the issue of the go live of the Gazette, and as well as the tender module. Our footprint expansion into SADC, We have to date actually engaged all the SADC countries, including those in the Far East Africa. And this includes countries such as Angola, Botswana, Lesotho, Eswatini, Namibia, Kenya, and Ethiopia, as well as the others that are part of the SADC. I need to indicate that these engagements have resulted in us seeing the signing of SLAs and subsequent orders for the printing of higher vocational education institutions in Eswatini, as well as the University of Eswatini itself, and birth certificates for Namibia. Furthermore, we have signed an MOU with Kenyan Government Press, and we have been engaging with Kenya even as early this month, and plans are underway to start printing orders for the Kenyan government. They also require government printing works to build capacity because they also want to have some of the items printed in-house. So whilst we're holding them by hand, we are printing documents without actually exposing our trade secrets. Ethiopia is one country that was not colonized, and therefore they have the leeway to actually make decisions quickly on who they should print with. We've engaged them, and there are prospects of signing an SLA with them very soon, and as well as printing for them. They've indicated that they've got a huge backlog and showed interest in us having to print most of those documents for them, and that process is underway. In fact, more countries are being engaged through the local embassies, through virtual meetings, as well as visit by these countries to see our printing facility. In the next 2 months, we will see Ethiopia as well as Kenya come into our facility so that we can finalize the processes of signing SLAs and deciding which products we're starting with to print for them. And this will indeed help in the revenue generation of government printing works and sustain our operations. In terms of the contracts, Evergreen, what we have decided to do in-house is to rather not call them Evergreen contract per se, but rather long-term contract. And what we have done to date through the supply chain processes in finance as well as legal services, we have taken the contracts register, we've classified all of them in terms of long-term contracts, sole supplier and single source. That process has been concluded just to clean it up, and the process of reviewing the SLAs is underway to ensure that all contracts have definite periods and we don't have a contract that is long-standing without an end in sight. 60% of the contracts have already been concluded. Just to give a bit of a stats, we actually discovered that there are a total of 17 long-standing contracts, and of this we have confirmed 5. Because it doesn't mean that if we are a long-standing contract, then it means there's something that's remiss or there's any form of malfeasance. In fact, we found that these are the service providers that are going to continue rendering service to GPW by virtue of the nature of services that they render, which are linked to the core mandate of government printing work. So those, we've already concluded SLAs and they are continuing to render services. We will still review their contracts after a 3 to 5 year period, and then we will continue to legitimize their contracts. And then the others, we've decided to go and test the market, about 12, so that we confirm whether indeed there aren't new entrants or not in the market. If we find that they remain sole suppliers or single source, we will then confirm them as such and finalize the contracts. 48 are actually single source or sole supplier. All of these have already been analyzed and SLAs have been drafted. Hence, I'm saying 60%. The analysis is done, but as soon as those SLAs are confirmed, then we should be able to legitimize all of them. So it is important that I also indicate that we've ordered an audit on all our contracts just for a cleanup. So these numbers will be refined as we go along, as the cleaning up happens, as well as when the forensic investigation is concluded, so that we have a firm number that is the outcome of all those processes. So further updates will be provided in the next meeting. The last one from Government Printing Works was the issue of the audit outcomes. We need to indicate that we are in the process of implementing the MRP, and we have achieved to date, since submission of this report, 45% of execution of the tasks. I know that when we submitted the report, we were still at 25%. Now we are at 45%. And we have planned as EXCO that by the end of this financial year, we shall have actually concluded execution of the remaining 55%, because in all the recommendations, work has already started. We've adopted a smart principle approach such that if you don't have a product on the table, we still classify you as not concluded. Hence, we still at 45%, but most of the work is almost concluded. But because we don't have the final product, we decided not to actually credit the branches. Each and every branch head is tasked with the responsibility, and they're busy with that. We have also developed an audit matrix, which took care of all the legacy findings from the previous years to date, to make sure that each and every manager is tasked with the responsibility and is held accountable and responsible for all the audit findings in their environment. And that includes audits from AGSA as well as internal audit. To date, we can report that a total of 82% of all the audit findings, both from AGSA and internal audit, have been resolved by Government Printing Works Management. The remaining 18% are mainly in the finance branch, and not because of incapacity, it's because they have a dependency on the exemption that we have requested from Treasury due to the supporting schedules which were wiped out when the data was compromised. We have actually written to National Treasury through the Minister to request an exemption to be granted. An update since submission of this report is that OAG came back to us, and we have since met with them in May 2023. We are basically exploring options to be pursued by GPW together with OAG and AGSA, and they actually suggested the tripartite engagement just to make sure that we find solutions that will assist Government Printing Works pull out of the current situation. And we're hoping that with that intervention, we should in the next year or so see ourselves moving towards a different audit opinion. Chair, I would like to believe that that was the last one from Government Printing Works, so I will rest here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CEO. Director General Makode.
No, thank you so much, Chairperson. And good morning again to the Minister, Deputy Minister, the CEO of IEC, Government Printing Works, and of course, the BMA Commissioner, and all the honorable members. So, Chairperson, the committee recommendations for the DHA start on 6.11 up to 6.2.14. And the first one was a recommendation that the department needs to strive towards a clean audit opinion. And the update is that the department has committed, Chairperson, to achieving a clean audit outcome. And if you were to look at the 2021-22 audit action plan that was implemented, it mainly addressed the findings that were related to the impairment of departmental revenue, contingent liabilities, and irregular expenditure. And of course, if you were to look at the current one, with the exception of irregular expenditure, the findings on impairment of departmental revenue and accruals and payables were not repeated in the 2022-23 financial year. And further on, if you look at the update, Chairperson, you will note that the 2022-23 audit action plan has also addressed a number of findings made by the Auditor General of South Africa. And further than that, our internal audit findings are also being monitored on an ongoing basis, both at the Audit Committee, at EXCO, and also the Risk Committee. We've also made a lot of progress, Chair, with regards to the audit action plans. And all of these are monitored at our back-to-back basics meetings, including the departmental management meeting, which comprises of all directors. And this is the DMC and of course our EXCO. And we do report to this forum on a quarterly basis about progress that we're making with regards to some of the issues that would have been raised. The second area, Chair, was a recommendation that the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure should ensure that all officials and others who were found to have acted in the illegal procurement process of the Beit Bridge fence are held accountable. Chair, you'll recall that this is a matter that the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure has tabled a report with SCOPA with regards to the procurement of the Bight Bridge fence. So it's not a matter that's related to us. And then on 6.1.3, where the committee welcomed the dual connectivity links at several offices, but also urged the department to increase the number in terms of installation of generators. We were also required to report on the partnership with CETA on how we are resolving the network connectivity within 24 months. So the update is that the installation chairperson of the SDN, or as we refer to it as the soft-defined network, which really ensures that there's efficiency with regards to network configuration. And the intention is to improve network performance and monitoring. At the meeting that we had with the newly appointed Managing Director of CETA, Dr. Mabaso, is indicated to us that all the 25 CETA switching centers have been completed in terms of the installation of the SDN. But further than that, he indicated that the remote environmental monitoring, or the REM system, has also been finalized at 25 switching centers. And then, of course, the last one was the implementation of 21 core links in identified problematic switching centers. That has also been completed according to CETA. They further indicated to us that the bid for the appointment of a layer 2 service provider to implement the redesign of the core network was at an advanced stage, and the fact that it was now with their internal auditors for review. CETA also indicated to us that the migration of services from old legacy equipment to the new SDN that I spoke about earlier, that has been completed as well. And they've indicated that it's been completed at these centers that are listed in the presentation in Bloemfontein, in Bulukwane, Potchefstroom, Mabatu, Beta, Kimberley, Bishop, Welcome, Uppington, and Peter Maritzburg. And they've indicated that during this financial year, the remaining CETA switching centers will also be migrated as part of the upgrades that they've referred to. Now, 6.1.4, chairperson, was for us, the committee indicated that we needed to make an assessment and report to the committee on the report findings on the costs and benefits of having security cameras. Chairperson, the new offices that this committee visited in mainland, you would have noted that it's now fitted with security cameras, including a monitoring room, but also linked to the security system of the mall. So what is it that we have done with regards to this recommendation, chairperson? We initiated a bid process for the installation of alarms and armed response at a national level. However, this bid was not successful. Advocate Muitse then restarted the process, and already they've appointed a service provider that's already started with the installations at some of our offices. And of course, to complete the entire country, we'll need to finalize a business case to look at really what it will cost us. Amongst others, we also received at the budget committee the activities related to the budget shortfall by counter-corruption and security services, which we are attending to. There was also a recommendation, chairperson, towards the end that cash collection for staff and clients at vulnerable offices. If you move further down, Mozi, to the next page, on page 3, chairperson, we have appointed a service provider to provide cash and transit services. And of course, we'll continue to encourage most of our offices to go cashless so that we do away with instances where we collect cash to minimize instances of robbery and other activities without really disadvantaging anyone who comes to the office carrying cash. And then 6.1.5, it was a recommendation by the committee that we needed to revive and expand the current provision of services to clients on Saturdays and after 4 p.m. in negotiation with National Treasury for funding and trade unions. The update on this is that the resolution for Saturday work has not yet been reached with the unions. As you know, this matter dates back, it's historical to 2017. So it remains unresolved. And I think, Chairperson, it's something that we'll need to work towards, given the fact that we now operate at the Manlin Mall and others where we're planning to roll out services. And of course, the malls are open 7 days a week, and therefore we can't have offices, afford to have offices that are idle, particularly on those weekends when people do require services. So it's something that at some point needs to be finalized. And we hope that the DHA bill, and the update is that by the 31st of May 2023, we received a draft bill. As you know, we do not necessarily have capacity within the department and as government as a whole. We had commissioned attorneys to look at providing us with a draft bill. They've done that by the 31st of May. We're currently reviewing that bill. And of course, once we've done all the internal consultations, including consultations with the minister and the deputy minister, we'll then give timeframes in terms of by when do we intend to finalize this bill. Now, if you were to go to recommendations emanating from 2022, the first one there, 6.2.1, the recommendation was that the department should ensure that registration of birth is improved to be within the confines of the legislation and not to delay the issuance of unabridged birth certificate within 8 weeks. Now, the update with regards to this is that this is an area, Chairperson, where we really over achieving this target. You will note that in the 2022-23 financial year, we had a total of 832 births that were registered. Of course, the 778,612 were registered within 30 days, and then the 220 were registered above 30 days. That's almost 1 million of births that were registered in that financial year that we're able to capture. So this allows more than, of course, almost 80% of births that were registered within 30 days. But in addition to this, Chairperson, we've gone further to make sure that we also are able to capture births at a point of occurrence. And through the campaign that the DM is leading, we have also started the process of connecting additional health facilities to enable us, as I've said, to register birth points of occurrence. And we've also capacitated some of these health facilities with newly appointed staff through our capacitation process. But of important to note, Chair and honorable members, is that all children that were born from March 2013 are issued with birth certificates with full particulars of both the child and the parents, where, of course, both parents are available on the spot. However, for persons born before the aforementioned date, the department has embarked on a project to digitize the records, which will result in improved turnaround time for the issuance of unabridged birth certificate. This is an area where we're making a lot of inroads through the digitization project. We've already achieved quite a huge milestone in terms of attending to some of the backlogs in this specific area. And then there was a recommendation 6.2.2 that we needed to report on the rollout of our modernizing the 214 offices. As you do know that the minister has previously indicated to this committee that amongst others, we're not only looking at mortar and bricks, we're also looking at expanding our footprint through mobile unit fleet. And of course, for this financial year, we have planned and actually are in the process of acquiring 100 further units. But in addition to that, we're also introducing, Chairperson, the self-service kiosks, which will be another channel that will be rolled out to increase the DHA footprint, but also enable us to stop the issuance of green ID books. I'm happy to report, Chairperson, that one of these kiosks is already at BVR, at Civics, for testing and integration and configuration. And once that's done, then we'll then be able to upscale the kiosk to the majority of our offices. The next one, 6.2.3, this committee indicated to us that we needed to roll out the branch appointment book to all offices and expand this to include the collection of documents. Chairperson, we have rolled out the branch appointment booking system. We started, of course, with a small number of about 28. We've now moved to almost all the modernized offices, 199 of them. And of course, our intention is to make sure that we add another service, which will be that of collections instead of just applications. And we're hoping that during the second quarter of 2023-24, we should be able to finalize the configuration to allow for collections as well. But Chairperson, it's important to note, as the Minister and the DM said during the budget vote, that more than 1.2 million South Africans are using this booking facility. So it will be important that we make sure that we also expand its offerings. And then, of course, 6.2.4 spoke about the applications for passports and identity documents through the banks. And the recommendation from the committee was that this should be rolled out further to alleviate long queues at DHA. Chairperson, we're happy to report that we've had lots of engagements with the Banking Association of South Africa on an ongoing basis. And the last meeting that we had was with them on the 6th of April, 2023. Of course, the banks have been hesitant because of issues related to system stability. We've indicated to the banks that we've now also engaged the CSIR, and one of the banks has already indicated that they are keen to actually expand the presence of the DHA in their offices. And this bank has indicated that between 2015 and 2023, when this initiative was adopted, they've actually issued more than 400 smart cards and passports, and they're hoping to increase with regards to this initiative. And then 6.2.5 spoke about more budget to expand mobile fleet. I think we've spoken to that as part of our increased access to providing multi-channel strategy. We've already procured an additional 100,000. And of course, in working with CETA, they are looking at that dual mode of connectivity to make sure that where connectivity is poor, we have additional capacity to be able to operate. And I think this page also illustrates that mobiles have been quite effective in terms of processing a number of applications, and the figure that's provided, there's 317 applications. And this has assisted chairperson clients with enabling documents and learners in particular at respective schools across the country. And we do this in partnership with the Department of Basic Education, where lists of all high schools and learners with no IDs are provided to us. And then we work with them on the mobile schedule, so that we're able to visit these schools. Of course, matric learners are then prioritized during these visits. And of course, the last one is to make sure that we engage the Department of Health. It's something that's ongoing. There's no finality yet with regards to issues related to DNA testing. 6.2.6 speaks to the recommendation on the DHA should ensure that it reduces irregular expenditure and complies with the relevant legislation when executing its mandate. This slide, Chairperson, provides you with an indication in terms of what is it that we're doing to detect and also to prevent irregular expenditure from arising. In this regard, I think it should be noted that the amounts disclosed as current year irregular expenditure in the annual financial statements are as follows. For the 2017-18 financial year, we're sitting at 34 million, and then 18-19, 27, and then 19-20, 272 million, 2020, at least 4, 2021, 22, 46. And then, of course, for this financial year, this remains unaudited, sitting at 32 million. And of course, the big number for 2019 and 20, it's related to the ABIS contract. And then the department has requested National Treasury to condone that, including the old security contract. And of course, it's because in the ABIS contract, we did derive services, we did derive equipment, which is currently being utilized. And of course, the other one is related to the IT firewall contract. Of course, we have executed consequent management in areas where people are found to have caused us to have irregular expenditure. So the next page, on page 7, the recommendation on 6.2.7 was that we need to ensure that the DHA continues to develop their audit action plans to address the negative findings identified by the AG. I think I've spoken extensively to some of the actions that we've embarked on. Amongst others, of course, is the audit action plan to address all the AG findings. These findings have said they are being monitored at our back to basics meeting, at the risk committee, at our own EXCO, at the audit committee meetings. And then, of course, internal audit also continues to monitor some of the findings. Similarly, we do ensure that consequence management is applied where managers fail to respond to audit findings. The last one being 2 weeks ago, where the letters were issued to the DDGs, and the DDGs issued them to the respective chief directors and directors that have not done this. 6.2.8 spoke about the DHA must improve the e-Home Affairs system and contact center response time. The update, Chairperson, is that we're working quite hard to make sure that we improve the response times at the contact center. One, we are currently upgrading the existing contact center to align them with industry requirements to make sure that there's efficiency gains. But the second part is to make sure that we add access channels, which will include self-service functionalities. Instead of you waiting for someone to respond, you are able to select a particular self-service and then you get a response. And then, of course, there's also the capacitation where we have started to fill some of the positions that were vacant, but also to empower staff at the contact center to have access to certain documentation so that they're able to respond timeously when clients call the contact center. 6.2.9 was the Department of Home Affairs should ensure that the hiring of the 10,000 youth to work on the scanning project is completed. We've made very good progress on the project to recruit the 10,000 unemployed graduates. The second phase has already started. We started in March. Interviews are currently underway for the 4,000 additional young people that will join this exciting project. In terms of equipment, equipment that has already been procured, and already work is underway to make sure that we ensure that we digitize the records that we've spoken about. And then 6.2.10, DHA should provide an update on how it's addressing the ongoing IT challenges with regards to system downtime, long queues, and lengthy waiting times at its offices. I think we're making quite a good progress, Chairperson, with the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, the CSIR. As of the time when we've engaged the CSIR, they've already started with what we call a diagnostic assessment to look at what are the current challenges, to technically understand the issues affecting the ICT service delivery, including the root causes. They have actually already agreed with Home Affairs on the diagnostic site selections. And of course, the proof of concept. There's 15 offices that are currently being assessed. And one of the things that we'll be doing is to make sure that we connect to the CSIR network. And we've already identified offices. And this identification includes, of course, offices that are in your urban area, offices that are in your rural areas. We've identified high volume offices. We've identified medium volume offices. We've identified low volume offices. And we've also, Chairperson, selected 2 ports of entry, and namely Beitbridge and King Shaka International. But we're also looking at issues related to threats of cyber, which is why we've selected Bytebridge and King Shark and other offices. So this work is ongoing. In terms of the POC sites, we've selected Potchefstroom, we've selected Soshanguve, we've selected Umgeni, which is one of our busiest. We've also selected Wynberg in the Western Cape. These are some of your high volume offices. And then we've also included other offices such as Volman Randstad. We've included Springbok, we've included Randburg, which is a high volume offices. We've also included Kumbu, which is in the rural Eastern Cape, where we've included Palaburwa, which is urban but a medium office. We've included Middelburg in Mpumalanga. We've included Everton in Gauteng, which is a medium office, and Bultfontein in the Free State. So we've a mix of all these offices so that we get a test in terms of what the challenges are. Of course, the 5 offices that will be connected to the alternative network will give us an indication as to how the system performs. And of course, the team at the CSIR and the DHA are also focusing on the 6 work streams. The first one being network, to assess the entire DHA network, to understand its architecture. They need to understand the redundancy, the users, the devices, the servers, performance, and also to look at some of the service level agreements and other related ICT. And then, of course, the second area they're looking at is applications and infrastructure, to confirm specifics of system instabilities and also to evaluate the existing infrastructure, looking at both the hardware and software that might be impacting ICT service delivery. And then on issues related to cyber security, I will be conducting a technical security and risk assessment to determine any impact or casualty on ICT service disruption, but also to look at potential threats with regards to cyber security. And then, of course, they are also looking at governance, which will be number 4, where they're looking at ICT governance and management operations. But crucial, number 5, they need to look at people to investigate overall human resource required to fulfill mandate of our ICT in relation to the Chief Directorate ICT, to look at the training requirements, but also to determine internal and external interferences if there's any of that. That's with regards to the work that we're doing with the CSIR. And then on slide 9, 6.2.11, you'll recall, Chairperson, that the minister had appointed a ministerial task team that was looking at the validity of permits. And as part of that remedial action, the committee had recommended that the minister must appoint a multidisciplinary task team. This work has started. The team has been appointed. Amongst others, they're looking at data analytics, and they've been able to use data analytics to look at particular trends at some of our missions with regards to the issuance of visas. But critical is to make sure that we implement the recommendations emanating from the ministerial task team. That's what the team is seized with. And I think the committee has invited them to come and make a presentation. And for sure, they'll be able to share with the committee details about the work that they've been doing. I don't think it will be fine for me to proceed and provide details when the committee has been invited by the committee. 6.2.12, the recommendation was that the department must table an action plan on the revision of the immigration policy regime to address the country's immediate immigration challenges. This work is ongoing as a draft citizenship, international migration and refugee protection document that's been developed by the department. And I suppose at an opportune time, the minister will then come and share the document with the portfolio committee. The second part of that recommendation was that the department must ensure that the BMA continues to be made fully operational without any further delay. And I think the committee is familiar with the fact that the BMA has now been formally established as an autonomous Schedule 3A public entity. It's operational from the 1st of April 2023. It's a standalone entity. Will continue to provide the necessary support. And amongst others, the BMA is looking at technology with regards to deterring illegal activities in the border environment. 6.2.13, the recommendation was that the DHA should update or develop new policies that will ensure that it collects fines from transport operators that breach immigration laws. The update with regards to this, we don't have a draft anymore. On the 31st of May 2023, the policy on the collection of fines from conveyances was finalized and approved. So that policy has been approved. And of course, it did take a bit of time, Chairperson, given the fact that whereas in the past, it was the department that was expected to perform this in terms of the legislation, in terms of the Immigration Act, we now have a BMA that has been established. But also, Chairperson, you will recall that there are a number of other stakeholders that are key with regards to this matter. Amongst them, it's the Cross-Border Road Transport Agency, the CBRTA, whose function mainly it's interstate operations to reduce mobility constraints. And of course, they also issue cross-border permits. And then you also have the Road Traffic Management Corporation, the RMTC, and of course, the Department of Transport. To that extent, sometimes last year, the Minister of Home Affairs and the Minister of Transport convened a meeting after we saw some transgressions that were not being attended to. I think the chair will recall a bus company called Rimbi, which had been fined a number of fines, and we were battling to collect some of the fines from some of these bus operators. And one of the things that CBRTA has started to do is to look at legislation that will empower them to ensure that as they issue some of these permits, they're able to note who are some of the transgressors. I think that will assist us as well. But internally, ourselves and the BMA have had a meeting where we've looked at how we're going to implement this new policy. So we've addressed that issue. 6.2.14, the recommendation was that the DHA should ensure that it intensifies its fight against fraud and corruption with the department, and that officials are referred for sanction and prosecution. We have developed and we have a fraud and corruption prevention strategy that has been approved, which is part of how we deal with fraud management and to ensure that corrupt activities by officials are prevented, detected, and investigated. And of course, on the next page, on page 10, where criminal elements are involved, some of those cases have been referred to law enforcement agencies for criminal prosecutions of those officials, citizens, including some foreign nationals. In the 2022-23 financial year, 134 officials were reported to our own HR for committing various acts of misconduct. 20 of them were arrested, and 5 of these officials have been reported to SAPS to institute criminal charges. This work is ongoing. And of course, in order for us to strengthen the good work that is being done by the branch counter-corruption and security services, as part of our capacitation initiative, 12 officials were appointed. 10 of them are investigators to beef up our investigation capacity, and then 2 are data analysts to make sure that we are much more proactive, Chairperson, when we deal with acts of corruption and any other malfeasance. I think that then concludes our submission. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, DG. Thanks very much for your detail. Members, we are going to invite for comments on the 3 presentations. I'm going to allow time for the IEC presentation, government printing works, and the DHA. You'll note that the issues relating to Border Management Authority are also captured in the report that has been presented by the Director General. And thereafter, we'll then request in that sequencing for comments or responses to that issues that members will raise, and the follow-up that members will able to raise. I will invite Honorable Rose, Honorable Techana, Honorable Kanyile, Honorable Pillay, Honorable Bongani to comment on the three presentations. Thanks very much, Honorable Rose.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to all the presenters. Chairperson, first of all, it was remiss of me not to extend my condolences for the loss of your colleague, Honorable Tina Jumat-Peterson. Please accept my condolences. Chairperson, I'd like to start with the IEC. I think we talk about serving notices to inform persons once their registrations have moved. I just want to understand in a bit more detail exactly how that happens, because I've certainly observed that again and again, where persons have come to vote and then said that their registration has moved and they had absolutely no idea. And these are persons that haven't changed their phone number. So is there a letter that gets sent to the door? Is there an SMS? How exactly does this process happen? And then the IEC talked about perceptions of fairness with printing with the government printing works. I just want to understand on what basis would there be a concern about a perception of fairness? Because we talk about a security printable forcing all government departments to print with the government printing works. So what are the concerns about the fairness in this regard? You know, if you look at the fact that exam papers are printed there, passports and IDs, etc. What would be the concern there? Then with the GPW, I think we talk about a security printing bill. And I'd just like to understand how much printing as a percentage is currently outsourced by the GPW. So what percentage do you do yourself, and what percentage do you outsource? And the next question is really, whether the CEO believes it's appropriate to put a security printable on the table right now with the situation that GPW is in. I mean, if you had to look at it from the outside, I think there's efforts to do something there. But surely the GPW should get back on its feet first, be able to produce financials, be able to show that your systems are secure, before you start putting legislation on the table that forces government departments to print with you. So I'd just like to understand what the view is on that. Then in terms of the data losses on item 6.1.9, I'd just like to understand from the CEO if she issued herself a warning letter. Because we see again that IT was issued with warning letters for a lack of backups, etc. But those persons are responsible for those tasks inside an environment like the government printing works. But at the end of the day, the accounting officer is accountable for it to ensure that audited data does not get lost because of the consequences of it that we see. Then the final one for government printing works is really whether the GPW has submitted its 22-23 financial statements to the Auditor General by 31st of May as required. Then for Home Affairs, I think, congratulations on the kiosk. It's something that the DA has proposed before, and we were told that there was going to be a risk and people's fingers were going to be cut off to get somebody's ID out of a machine and all that. So I'd just like to understand, in terms of the kiosk, what has been done to address those concerns that we are now in a situation where we have a kiosk, and what documents would be available from these kiosks. And then in terms of the connectivity, so item 6.1.3, I'd just like to understand what does this mean in plain English? We talk about stage 2 and level 6 and that kind of thing. But I think we've had many of these presentations since 2019, in the 4 years that we've been here. And I think everybody wants to know, when is this going to be resolved? Because now it's a tier 2 this, it doesn't really mean that much to the members of the public that are tuning in at this point in time. And the other element then related to that is 6.2.10, where you say, DG, that you're engaging with the CSIR on this issue. But in 2019, we were told that CETA, and I think it was, let me not mention their name, let me just say it was a private sector IT company that was busy doing this analysis and looking at the whole infrastructure and how it can be resolved, etc. So I just want to understand what is the CSIR process? How does it relate to the CETA and the ICT provider process? And when is this actually going to be resolved, where we have dual redundancy, especially at the major Home Affairs offices, where we can stop this thing of the system being offline, because it really is, it's still a daily problem. Again, 2 days ago, I was trying to help somebody, and again, they eventually got to the Home Affairs and it was offline again. So it's really something that there's always seems to be activity and action and budget thrown at it, but we don't have a clear indication. Where are we? Are we almost there? Are we not quite there yet? Is it going to take another 2 years? Where are we? Then in terms of the mobile units. So I think it's, we all welcome more mobile units. It's something the committee has called for over the last 4 years on a regular basis. And the committee recommendation was to link, children, once you take a mobile unit to a school, to link them to a Home Affairs office and social services, because if that child's mother or whatever is not there, then they cannot actually apply for the document that they need to apply for. So I note that the response is about the Department of Basic Education, but it doesn't mention social services at all. So is there any interaction with social services? Because my understanding is that social services needs to intervene where there's not a parent, where there's not a mother or a father there to try and assist the child with getting their late registration of birth and getting their identity sorted out. And then finally, second last is there's a report that there's an engagement with the Department of Health pertaining to free DNA testing for indigent people. But this is the same update that we had a while back. I think it was in the, it was about a month back or so. Is there any actual progress on this, or are we just going to receive the same update report after report? It's almost a cut and paste of I've seen this exact status before in a previous report. Has there actually been any progress in the last month or two on this free DNA testing? Because again, the department was in the last week successfully taken to court, and the court looked at the prima facie evidence that was provided by Lawyers for Human Rights and granted the child citizenship. But yet Home Affairs insisted that the child had a DNA test. I just want to understand where we are with that. And then finally, Chairperson, unfortunately, I have to report this again, and I don't know if colleagues are experiencing it. But we have a serious problem again with issues that we escalate as members of Parliament with the Department of Home Affairs. And my view on this is that if we are experiencing that challenge, then all the more members of the public out there are experiencing blockages. And I think specifically of marriage certificates, for example, I sense that marriage certificates have essentially stopped being processed. And it's causing havoc in our community. I just want to understand, is there a backlog in civic services? Is there a reason why Loreng is not getting responses? And what can we do about this? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Ross, for your contributions. I think we must note the last point you've already raised. I think the Minister managed to assist us around that matter. Honourable Tetana.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Let's say welcome the report from the DG. Indeed, it was the detailed as you indicated, Chair. I've got very, very minimal issues to raise, because some of the issues that they are raising, I think they are responding to, is what we've picked up and we've seen on the ground. Firstly, Chair, it is important to acknowledge that the cries that we have raised with the department in respect to the East London and Tanzania offices and Mthatha, there is improvement. We don't necessarily have to always shoot at the department, but where we have seen some improvement, and we should acknowledge that you don't see any stampede in the East London office as we used to see, and you don't see such in Mthatha. And we are told by many of the people who are using those services in those offices, it's because of bad registration. I see the report, it talks about a serious achievement, which is over 80% in terms of late registration of births, which I think maybe we still need to go deeper in terms of that. The mobile trucks, Chair, I'm not getting a clear report. I'm not sure if they are saying there's 2 trucks in Eastern Cape, or they are only reporting about the 2 that are faulty. Because the 111, if I'm not mistaken, that was mentioned, it is not specific to say where are these trucks and where are they deployed. It's very important for us to know, because we want to utilize the services ourselves, but we're still experiencing challenges. There's something I want to understand, maybe from the department. If a mobile unit goes out for a service in some village of Limpopo, Musina, and then we're told that when the truck gets there, it has to connect to the server somewhere else, probably in Polokwane. I'm just making an example. Because why I'm asking this question, a few weeks ago, a mobile unit was deployed in Elliotdale, in 18, if I'm not mistaken, if not 26. Elliotdale Mpashe municipality. People were convened, people came to collect their IDs and to utilize the services. However, it could not do anything because of what they call the network connection between Elliotdale and Butterworth. I just want to check if is there truth to that. If there's truth to it, is there no way we can avert that situation? Because our understanding is that the mobile trucks are equipped with the necessary services or service, even in terms of network, to enable that for them to deliver the services. Considering the fact that when it went to that ward, which is close to a hospital called Matwale, a lot of people came in, and they had to go back without them receiving at least their smart IDs. The rest of the things that were there, at least they could get, but there was a problem of connection between that area and Butterworth. So I just want to get clarity in terms of that. How does it work? Just also to check, is there no way of getting out of this SETA arrangement? Because every time there's a conversation that has to do with the network and all of that, SETA is always mentioned, and proven on a couple of occasions that they have inabilities in terms of delivering what is expected from them. Is there no way that Home Affairs can ask for some decree wherever, so that we are able to appoint maybe from within the department can have its own capacity to appoint a service provider that can be able to assist with this, especially in the rural areas where offices have this thing of, it's not even load shedding, by the way, it's the network that keeps on switching off at times, and you have a day where it's not working. We can mention some of the offices that in the past 3 or 4 weeks have had those glitches. in the Eastern Cape. So is there no way we can avert that situation? Is there no way we can ask for permission for the department to do it on its own, with its own capacities? I had those issues that I wanted to raise, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Techana, for your contributions. Honorable Lopasa. Honorable Kanyile.
Thank you, Chairperson. We welcome all the presentations. I only have some questions, Chairperson, that I would like to raise. On the presentation that was given to us by the IEC, there was a line that spoke to an outreach program. And if I'm not mistaken, they've indicated that they have, I think, identified or went to a school in the Northwest. What I'd like to find out is how many schools did they visit in the Northwest? And if the IEC has a plan of rolling out this program to all other 8 provinces. And if there is a plan, when do they plan on implementing it? Seeing that we are only left with 4 months before the registration weekend that is scheduled for the 18th and the 19th of November. And there was another line that spoke to the VMD being able to function in an offline mode. I would like to be given clarity on this issue. And secondly, what I would also like to know about the VMDs, it is whether they are able to detect double voting. I think this is an issue that we have discussed before, Chairperson, after we got a number of reports that there was a year, I think in 2019, if I'm not mistaken, where people voted more than once. So I'd like to find out if these VMDs are actually able to detect if someone has voted already. Another question that I also have for IEC, I would like to find out if they have a plan in place or if they have fixed the addresses of the voters. Because what we picked up in the elections that we held in 2021 was that there was a number of voters that we believe they were incorrectly registered because most of the people were registered outside of their VDs. And because of that, the majority of them decided not to go and vote. So I'd like to find out from IEC if that has been fixed. And Chairperson, they've also indicated that they have 2 dedicated dry runs that have been planned to test the functionality of the VMDs. What I want to find out from IEC is if they are in a position to bring these VMDs to be tested by the members of the portfolio committee. I do remember that before the 2021 elections, we made the same request, and it was not adhered to, though I don't even remember the reasons that were given to us. Maybe COVID could have been one of the reasons, but I would also like to find out if it is possible to have these VMDs tested by the members of this portfolio committee. And Chairperson, on the GPW, I think on the issues of financial statement for 22-23, if they have been submitted to the Auditor General, I was covered by Honorable Ross. But I would also like to find out if the e-Gazette was made live at the end of May as planned, and what does this entail, and will the Western Cape Gazette also be included? And coming to the Department of Home Affairs, before I raise my questions, I think I have a comment. I just want to thank you, Chairperson, for leading us when we had that oversight that we did at Home Affairs when we're having an issue of our queries that were not resolved when it comes to visas.
After that oversight, I was advised that there is a Ms. Traven that has been dedicated to work with our queries. And for the past 2 weeks, I've been getting a very positive response. And there are a number of queries that have been resolved, even though I still have other queries that are still outstanding, but some queries have been attended to. And thank you so much for that. Coming to the presentation that was given to us, I'd like to find out, especially on the issue of working on Saturdays. I understand that there is a continuous engagement that is taking place between the department and the unions. What I would like to find out is how far are these engagements? And secondly, when does the department think they're going to finalize these engagements? And there was a line also that spoke to unabridged birth certificates being produced within 8 weeks. I just want clarity that this timeline, is this a new timeline that is going to be complied with, or how is it actually going to work? Because I understand that at the moment, we are sitting with a number of parents that have applied for the unabridged birth certificates. And some of them, it takes them more than 12 years to be able to get these UPCs. Others, even after they have made contact with us, it is only then that their issues are resolved. Chairperson, another issue is the issue of the mobile units. I'd like to concur with Honorable Jejana, especially when it comes to the Eastern Cape. I have raised this issue before in this portfolio committee, that I had an oversight in the Eastern Cape. I think I was in Graaf-Reinet. When I was there, I was told that there are 2 mobile trucks that are available for that area. And on most occasions, when these mobile trucks, they have been sent out to come and assist community members, the mobile trucks will not be able to connect to the network. And for a number of times, we have been asking for a schedule of these mobile trucks, of especially about their locations, when and how they're going to be dispatched. Because I do believe that if we can get this schedule, we can be able to conduct an oversight on these mobile trucks so that we can all speak in the same language. If we all say the mobile trucks, they are doing what they're supposed to do, we should be saying that in one voice, even after we have conducted our oversight. But so far, with the mobile trucks that we have requested, especially myself as well in various provinces, I have found that almost all these mobile trucks have challenges, different challenges for each mobile truck. So I would like to plead with the department to please give us the schedule for these mobile trucks so that we can be able to go and conduct an oversight. The last question that I have is on the issue of stopping the issuance of the green ID books. When does the department anticipate to stop issuing the green ID books? Thank you very much.
Chairperson, are you there?
Yeah, proceed, Honorable Pillay.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, let me welcome all 3 presentations, but I also think it's important as members of this committee to acknowledge when there are gains. And we must say that having made recommendations as the committee, we have seen on all 3 presentations improvements and gains in respect of what we may have raised. I'm going to start with DHA, Chair. I think it's important to note that the previous findings from 21-22 to 22-23, that those impairments were not repeated. And I think we must commend them for that. However, I want to raise the issue of the irregular expenditure. If DG will just tell us, I think they've mentioned the value and what it was, but what are the consequence management in this regard for that irregular expenditure? Then, Chair, on 6.1.3, CETA has reported that the bid is at an advanced stage. If you can just get clarity on what or where is that advanced stage? What is the meaning of advanced stage? Have they already finalized? They're about to roll or test or pilot? So we just like to know what is the advanced stage that is being referred to. And then, Chair, in respect of security cameras in Menlyn Mall offices, what is the plan for other offices or all offices to be able to have these security cameras? I hope that the department will be able to finalize this resolution with the unions, particularly around Saturdays. And I think we all understand the importance of having to work. In fact, I'm even more pleased to hear that there's a plan for a 7-day week service, because there are people who genuinely work Monday to Friday, late hours, and can't be able to get to a Home Affairs office. And I think it's challenging for them to be able to do this. Then how long before this DHA bill? And I'm saying this because we are in the last few months of this parliament. And whether that's going to be able to be finalized before parliament rises or not. And I think we must then reconfigure our priorities in respect of the time constraints that we have. But we must applaud them on the successes of the 79.3% of births that were registered within 30 days. I think, Chair, that is something that is highly commendable. We must commend them because this seriously reduces the LRBs. And I think we all are aware of how the challenging LRBs are and becomes. And then in respect of the unabridged birth certificates, what is the turnaround time? How long before this is completed? Because I know that they're going to digitize records to be able to allow for this process to happen faster. How long is that going to take? I did hear DG say that the BAB system is going to introduce collections, but I'm just concerned that it's taking too long because they're looking at more the latter part of 23, 24. Now that might be a challenge. We still have at least 6 months in this year, and I'm wondering why they won't be able to introduce the collections within the next term or next quarter. And then the new 110 mobile units, do they all have backup systems or power systems or generators? Because clearly this is what our challenges are around downtime. And then, Chair, in respect of GPW, the security printing bill, I think the concern for me is you can't have a bill from 2019, 2020, and we're now in 2023 and nothing has moved. So what is the time frame that is being set for this security printing bill? And then the funded vacancies and filling in of vacancies. We all know that you have to have the resources and manpower in order to function optimally. So my concern is, when is that going to be finalized or completed in terms of filling that? And then the ICT, I've seen that there's only 39% implementation of the recommendations. Is there a particular reason for that? 6.2.1.9, the loss of data. Can the CEO give us reasons as to why only 25% of the MRP recommendations have been delivered? And then, Chair, in respect of IEC, I just want to get clarity on and I think Honorable Ruas or Honorable Kanile may have mentioned it, registration on an offline mode. Is there a guarantee that these voters' details are going to be actually captured, or the registration will be confirmed and we experience no challenges? And indeed, it does go through, because we know that we've had challenges of past registration weekends where voters arrive on election day and they are not registered. And do they have an SMS confirmation of registration? If not, then they should consider introducing a confirmation of registration, because that in itself suffices when you go to the when you go to the voting station on election day and say, but here's the proof, I am registered, I've received this. So how can I not be on your voters roll? And then have they looked at backup power of generators during load shedding? Because I heard IEC did mention that they have these challenges of load shedding. Again, IEC. IEC had a concern about the printing of ballots. Now, my concern is, if it's not them, then who? And does that not pose a further risk if you're using an outside or outsourced company? Does that not give us a further risk. So I think it's important that we need to have a discussion around that. I also want to stress this point, Chair, that the IEC must improve on communication and awareness. And then that should have started almost immediately. The other one is, when do they envisage to start education and awareness around the Electoral Amendment Bill, particularly the inclusion of independents in the upcoming elections? When do they intend to start informing the public that this is what the processes or procedures are, the requirements, etc., for those who may be interested in contesting? And then the last one, Chair, I think it's important to note that the Western Cape is a province in South Africa, and it's not a country on its own. So when we undertake for particular services, we take care of all 9 provinces, and we don't treat anyone differently. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Pillay, and all members for your contributions. Can I get, if Honorable Kwasesh is back? Okay. There are 3 issues I want also to deposit for. There's a matter around Matatiele DG, Office of Home Affairs. I think this came through to the committee. And also through some, and we have taken interest to get a sense as to what are the issues that are rising in that community. So I think we need to perhaps give us an update in terms of your interaction, but we want to conduct a direct visit, and I think we want to request yourself and the minister to do that. The issue in relation to SITA, Honorable Tejana raised, the minister must update. In our last meeting, I can't recall the date, there was an indication of correspondence between ministries with the process to exempt the Home Affairs or Security Cluster department from that institution. I think the minister must also labor more on that to bring us to speed in terms of the process that is underway. The issue which I think arose in the 3 last budget votes, Minister, if you recall, around the long queues, and even in our last budget vote, all of us, we raised this matter of the long queues. And we take appreciation on the progress or the discussions yourself and the CSIR that the DG has highlighted. Perhaps you may need to upload concrete details in terms of what is it that you have planned to resolve this question of the long queues, as you have indicated in the last meeting that you're going to have interaction with them, but also the committee's resolved that this matter of the long queues, it frustrates all of us, the members of the community, and I think we must get into understanding. We are going for provincial and national elections. Our people need IDs or related documents. What is it that out of that discussion with CSIR, you are going to concretely that the committee must firm up on the progress? A progress, I think, has been recorded, moving from the 2021 local government report that the IEC has tabled earlier on in the committee. I think there's a progress in line with the work that has been undertaken. But there's a matter that you are raising, the CEO, around the special votes that, and I think the committee may need to take interest. And I'm sure that you are raising this matter, or you've raised it also in the PLC, this matter of restoring residents who are not supposed to be special votes. And when your team are dispatched in the manner that you've characterized it, I think it's a matter that I think we must take more interest on. But what are the measures that are in place in order to mitigate this area of concern that you are raising? And what are the issues that you have put in place so that we're able to, also members of the committee and all stakeholders involved in this work of the IEC, are also alerted in terms of the measure that were put in place. The matter of the trucks, mobile trucks, is an important area that members have raised, Minister. We may need to look on how we're going to resolve on this issue. Yourself, Minister, have raised this matter that you have conducted an oversight or imbizo in Ekenok, in Mpumalanga, and you could not run your conduct, or citizens could not be assisted because the network could not run in that area. And I think we're raising this because the committee has collectively to yourself made sure that we work towards this procurement of these mobiles, but they must be user-friendly to our people. This network, which have been, all of us have been raising this matter, and I think Mr. Mavuse have tried to explain in detail, but it appears that there's recurrence in terms of the weaknesses around these mobile trucks. So we need to get a concrete plan in terms of how we're going to deal with these issues. The modernized offices, Director General, update in terms of the work that has been, you have identified in a period under review, 8 or 9 offices throughout the country, that you are building new modernized offices. And I can give an example of the office in Mukopane, in Limpopo. In the weeks ago, I had passed there and there's no movement. And if you can just detail the committee, what are the challenges, if there are challenges, so that at least, and what are the progress in some of the offices that you have highlighted. The master plan of the government printing works, the status, CEO, we've learned in the presentation of the IEC that there's progress in terms of the work that they've presented in the committee in terms of the infrastructure. This master plan has been sitting, we found it, this problem since 2019. What is the stage in terms of implementation? The minister did highlight in a budget vote, but what are the concrete plans in terms of making sure that this matter has been closed up? Your long-term contract, I'm interested on if, in terms of the assessment that you have been conducting government printing works, whether there were no ghost service providers, because it appears that you have, and I think how Honorable Ross have raised, you have made assessment in terms of all the service providers that are there, and others have been there, but they've not been rendering services. I want to check with you whether you have not established ghost service providers in your own system, and what are the plans in terms of working around that. We're going to request the chairperson of Commissioner Mehta to comment, and the CEO, and we'll then request the CEO of Government Printing Works to comment, and we'll request the Director General and the Deputy Minister, and we'll request the Minister to close up the comment or responses with all the issues that the committee has recommended since 2019 and to date. Commissioner Mebza.
Thank you, Chairperson of the committee. I imagine that the CEO will help deal with these things and list the services of his colleagues in the administration. Just 2 things that I really want to deal with, and then let him deal with the matters. The first one is the matter raised by Honorable Ross in relation to printing ballot papers at government printing works. What we raised was the fact that we may, yourselves and ourselves, need to think deeply about the perceived independence, not the freeness and fairness. I think we may have misunderstood each other, Honorable Ross and us. He says, in what way will this raise freeness and fairness? And let me hasten to then say that honorable members will be pleased to know that we have printed ballot papers with government printing works. we stopped at a point that the issue was raised very sharply by parties in the PLC, and where they were saying the issue that was raised by the CEO to say, in truth, it may well be that issues will arise where we have secure printing, as they called it at the time. They said they perceived the ballot paper to be secure printing, and they felt that given that government printing works was an entity that had an oversight of a member of the executive, they had issues. We did not at that point delve into the matter to the extent that we are. That combined with the fact that ballot, after 2009, I think that 1999, sorry, we needed to, government printing works needed to tender for ballots, and they don't. That's where we have not proceeded. We have simply raised the issue. We're not talking about the decision. We simply say to the committee that these are matters we will reflect on. We need you to reflect on with us. The second issue that is raised is an issue that relates to the voting and the VMD. Members will recall that there was an issue raised of persons voting twice. We reported a number of those matters to the police, and we asked everyone to come forward with people who were double voting. Indeed, those matters have been prosecuted. We have not found, if I recall, and we may have to check the records carefully at that, I do not recall persons having voted twice. They were allegations that they attempted to. And I think there were ones that were in fact found with a ballot which was not cast after having voted. But this is a matter we need to look at. I raise this because indeed there were limited that have been brought to our attentions. Certainly none that has confirmed that we have a widespread problem like that. Having said so, we have taken measures to ensure with the VMD that we introduce a layer of security or of safety by having VMDs that will alert us to attempts by voters who go into stations more than once. And I think when we say, there's been double voting, factually there are allegations. As to their veracity, we await those allegations to be proved beyond reasonable doubt, though we have taken measures. And I'm just cautioning that we deal with these matters unless, of course, there's evidence that has not been brought to our attention, which we need to be brought to our attention. I think I'd like the CEO and his colleagues, I know that there are matters that have been asked in relation to outreach and in relation to electoral operations, and CEO, kindly deal with those matters for us, you and your colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, through you, Chairperson of the committee. Maybe to lash on to the last point that the Chairperson was dealing with. Going forward, the Section 24A of the Electoral Act has been amended by the National Assembly, by Parliament, in fact, because you will no longer vote at any station where you are not registered. You will vote at a station where you are registered, unless you pre-notify the commission of your intention to vote elsewhere. Because the context of that allegation that Honorable Kanyile raises is because people could go to one station and go to another station. That possibility is now no longer possible because of an amendment that was made in 2021. Now, that measure is additional to the introduction of the VMD and the fact that, as the chairperson indicates, in an online mode, it's able to detect if a vote has already been recorded elsewhere. So those are the two interventions that have been brought since 2019. Now, the VMD, what does offline mode mean? Ordinarily, a VMD works in an connected to a network, and we call that network the access point network. It's an APN. So when connected to the APN, the VMD has a live connection with our central database, which means every transaction that is recorded is immediately translated into our data center. But we are alive to the fact that the distribution of bandwidth is uneven across the country. And that's one. Two, that the connectivity is also influenced by other factors, including, amongst others, load sharing. The Vodacom, MTN, Telkom towers are affected by that as well. And the prospect is real that even where we ordinarily would have bandwidth, we may not have bandwidth. So it's important to plan such that you are able to maintain continuous business operations at the voting station, even when that happens. Hence, we've built an application where the VMD can work offline. Offline in this regard, meaning off network, off connectivity. When the VMD works offline, it will hold in its storage, it will hold all the transactions. It has a big enough storage to do that. Firstly, to hold the full voters roll, but secondly, to hold all the transactions at the particular station. And at a point where the VMD is reconnected, those transactions will be processed by being transferred into our central database. Indeed, when your registration transaction is successful, there is an SMS confirmation that your transaction has now been processed and your details entered into the voters roll. And where you provide an email, there's also an email confirmation. Now, can the portfolio committee test the VMDs? Well, it depends how you want to structure that, but we have them available. There's close to 40,000 of them that we procured. We can bring samples and do and give an indication of how a registration happens, as well as how they will function on election day for members of the committee, if that's what I understand to be the requirement. But that can be arranged accordingly. Now, the Schools Democracy Week. We do have figures for last year, Honorable Kanyile. We reached just under 2,100 schools last year, and these are senior primary and tertiary, and secondary schools. And in those 2,100, we've reached close to 200,000 learners, and we registered 30,000 new voters in that engagement. The Northwest event that I spoke about, it was a national launch of the campaign, so to speak. It's been rolled out as we speak. It started in April, and there's been provincial launches, and schools are being attended to. This year, we're targeting to reach 4,000 schools, and we will provide details of the reach as well as the level of registration. The balloting education that Honorable Pile raises. Yes, we are planning an extensive balloting education, civic and democracy education with balloting as a component. And we hope to start with that program in the month of July. But I think it's important to indicate that in terms of our stakeholder management program, we've already started addressing on these changes our PLCs, provincial legislatures, government departments, and we will also be rolling this out, this type of workshops for the intended contestants, be they political parties and independents at the provincial level, over and above the public education program, which we plan to launch in July. The backup power. The difficulty is twofold regarding our local offices. A majority of them are located within municipal buildings. And the municipality says, I see here's space for you to work from, and so on. The provision, the infrastructure there is owned by the municipality, and so on. And we are dependent on the backup infrastructure that the municipality uses itself. And again, because of uneven development in the country, in more urban centers, some municipalities would have UPSs, would have generators and similar amenities. But as you go into the far-flung areas of our country, those amenities are hard to come by. So those things do affect our operation. But certainly for our provincial offices and certainly for our national office, we're making provisions for backup as well as UPSs. Then the issue of the address and the correct registration. It is a legal duty to ensure that an address bears a relationship with the ward in which that address is situated. Absent that relationship, Section 11, which that Shiburu will deal with in a moment, demands that you correct it. And now, I think it is the Commission's responsibility to ensure that every person, the 26 million people who are on the voters roll, check their registration detail. And the 2 registration weekend will endeavor to do that. But I think we can do well together to mobilize society and to mobilize those 26 million people to check the correctness of their registration now and their modalities that the Commission avails for that purpose. Firstly, the 3281 facility, it's available for that purpose. So it's an SMS facility that is currently available. The website, MI registered functionality is available. The voter portal, it's available for that purpose. Our app is also available for that purpose. And we will be, when we launch the campaign, we will also be activating our call center. And to reduce the level of frustration on election day, it's important that everybody checks where they are registered and whether that registration has a relationship with the ward vis-a-vis the address that is on record. And then, Chair, with that said, I'll ask through you, Chairperson of the committee, to allow that Shiburu to deal with the how the mechanics of the Section 11 process, how in real life how that works. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you, CEO Dr. Shiburu.
Thank you, Chair. The CEO has already alluded to the legal scheme in that Section 11 makes it mandatory on the Chief Electoral Officer to change registration details of a voter if the details are incorrect or they have changed. So it is a mandatory peremptory requirement of the law. There are a number of ways that may lead to details, at least the address, not having a nexus with the ward in which a voter is registered. The example that was mentioned by the honorable member is that where a voter has not changed their address, they have not moved house. It is possible in those instances because at intervals, the Municipal Demarcation Board redraws municipal ward boundaries. And with that comes changes that implicate the voter's role and the registration status of voters. So where a voter has not moved, they've voted at that station since they've registered, it is possible that following the demarcation of new ward boundaries, that voter may find themselves outside of a ward. Hitherto, they were registered in Ward 5. After the demarcation, they are now in Ward 11 or another ward. In that instance, there is no longer a nexus between their address and the ward on whose segment of the voter's roll they appear. And therefore, in those instances, the CEO is duty-bound to make and effect corrections on their instance. The steps that we take is that we flag all those addresses. We then go to each address and quality assure it to establish whether this address indeed doesn't or does locate within that ward. if that address does not locate within that ward, in the context of a by-election or in a context of a general election, we do what we call targeted registration and communication, which ordinarily precedes big registration drives. So we go knock on doors. If we encounter persons there, we re-register them on the spot. If we do not, we leave pamphlets that ask the people to attend to a voting station or go on any of our online modalities to update their registration details. In the context of continuous maintenance of the voters' roll, we dispatch letters which we call Section 12 to all the addresses of the voters with an explanation to say it has come to the attention of the Chief Electoral Officer that your registration no longer has a connection with the ward in which you are registered. Please update or make representation why your registration should not be updated to reflect the ward in which you are registered. In those instances, people are afforded an opportunity to make representation to the Chief Electoral Officer before a decision is taken to move them. This is so because we're honoring the critical consideration that a person must be heard before decisions that affect their rights are taken. So in instances where we can't elicit a response from a voter, the Commission increasingly adopts a less intrusive of remedies. What do I mean by that? If there's a by-election and we've tried everything to reach that person and we can't find them and they don't get back to us, in those instances, the address of the voter is masked on the voter's roll so that if they present at the voting station on voting day, they must first supply their address as provided for in the Municipal Electoral Act before they are enabled to participate in that by-election. In that way, we balance two constitutional rights. One, the right of franchise and the continued right of franchise of the voter, but also we ensure that the Commission still honors its obligation to undertake free and fair election by ensuring that only persons who are ordinarily resident within a geographically determined space vote and influence outcomes of elections in those areas. One thing that we're going to encounter going forward is that in the context of the VMD and voter registration, it's going to be increasingly possible that a person says, I presented at this facility on the voter registration weekend. However, I am not registered at that station. Again, there we commit to improve our communication and training, but it is not an accident, it is not a mistake, it is intended, it is logical. The VMD changes the logic of registration in that wherever you present yourself, we use the address that you give us to default you onto a segment of the voter's roll. So it does not follow that wherever you present yourself for registration, you will appear there as a voter, because the logic that drives the VMD is the description or the address of a place of ordinary residence. So the Section 11, it's mandatory. A person who's not whose details have changed must be moved, but we don't move those persons until we have given them an opportunity to make a representation. Where we can't find the persons, the list that we do is to mask their details, their address details on the voter's roll, so that if they present at that voting station on voting day, they must first supply their address before they're allowed to vote, as provided for in the amendments that this National Assembly passed in 2019. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chiburi. Ms. Fosi?
Chairperson, thank you so much. And honorable members, thanks for the questions. Chair, through you, allow me to engage members of EXCO in responding to some of the questions. I will be starting and responding to a few questions, but the question from you, Chairperson, on the ghost payments in relation to evergreen contracts or long-standing contracts, the CFO will actually respond to that, including a question from Honorable Rose wanting to understand how much is being outsourced. That finance will also take care of, as well as submission of our AFS to AGSA. The CFO will actually take that. And Ms. Modise will then take a question on the filling of vacant funded posts. And Chair, allow me to tender a late apology for Mr. Gwiba, who had to go to hospital because his child is sick, but Mr. Kwamoto Tamaha is standing in for him, and he will then take the question on the e-Gazette go live process, as well as whether the Western Cape Gazette would form part of it from Honorable Kanile. And I will then respond to some of the questions. Chair, let me start through your indulgence. In response to the questions from Honorable Rose on the security printing bill, I need to indicate that GPW is the only government printer in the Republic as it's known already. And core to its mandate is to ensure that we produce secure state documents. And in view of that, the ring fencing of the state security documents should not be delayed any further. And therefore, the bill process must be fast-tracked in order for us to attain that core mandate, to protect the sovereignty of the country, as well as to sustain our operations. And as a self-revenue generating entity, it is also important that all efforts are put towards finalizing this bill so that we can then be able to attain the objective, which is the strategic intent I've mentioned, of making sure that we are the state printer in the Republic, but not only in the Republic, we can also expand our footprint to other countries in order to replenish our revenue as well. So it is actually important that we forge ahead with the bill and make sure that the draft legislative process is finalized and we can have it assented to by the President. Honorable Rose, when you inherit an organization with a myriad of challenges as GPW has been, it's important that as a management collective, we acknowledge that and we take collective responsibility of the challenges that are there. But for me, what I see as important is what you do once you realize that you have inherited an organization with such challenges. You need to put corrective measures in place, put action plans in place to address the specific areas of challenge in order of priority, so that if it's an elephant, you can have it in bite chunks. And that's how you then set realistic plans in place to deal with the challenges. And to this effect, I'm of the view that this expert that is connected to this platform is up to the task. And they have indeed acknowledged some of the weaknesses in the organization. They've identified them. And we as a collective have put together plans from the strat plan, the APP, as well as the ICT migration plan to ensure that we deal with the challenges that are there in relation to data loss, system crashes, as well as all the other matters. And I also need to indicate that the very same area of the system crash and data loss is still subject to forensic investigation. And I guess the outcome will direct which way we are going with that. But we are making sure that we have a finger in the pulse in the organization to make sure that all the challenges are addressed and the plans are executed so that we are able to attain progress. And indeed, to date, noticeable progress is being attained, and we continue to follow up on those issues that are there. The CFO will take the issue on the AFS, but I think I had covered it in the presentation. Honorable Kanyile, the CFO as well as the Tamaha will respond to that. Honorable Pillay, indeed, I need to acknowledge the fact that it seems like it has taken us too long to finalize the bill. But I think as part of the presentation, I did allude to the fact that the consultation process was prolonged by the addition from the State Law Advisor's Office when they, in the middle of the consultation process, indicated that we need to expand our consultation to provinces. You can imagine all the departments in the provinces had to be consulted to make sure that we are all inclusive in our approach, because the bill will have implications on the procurement process for this type of service at the provincial level. And subsequent to this, we also need to table it to the NCOP. And the process to consult provinces hasn't been easy, but at this point, we are glad to record that we've consulted everyone except Northwest as well as the Western Cape. And as soon as those two are concluded, then we'll push ahead with the draft legislative process. Another challenge is that we are actually having a challenge with drafters. Honestly, we were using Dates Melimecha, who was a key drafting advocate in Home Affairs, and he's been helping us, and he's since transferred to the Department of Justice. And now we are left with the capacity that is there, and I understand that they are also strained because of the workload in Home Affairs. So we are exploring alternatives. We've appointed Director Legal Services in GPW, and they are working very closely with the legal unit in Home Affairs. And there will be a way forward mapped in terms of how to deal with this issue to make sure that we conclude on the bill such that it is enacted. Honorable Pile, on the MRP recommendations, as at the time when we were drafting this report, we were still at 25%. And to show that we are really moving at this point, we are at 45%. And we plan to finalize implementation of all our MRP recommendations by the end of this financial year. Chair, on the issue of the Evergreen, the CFO will answer. I'll take the last one on the master plan. Indeed, the master plan has been on the cards for a while. In fact, according to the original plan, in 2021-22 financial year, we should have been walking into the building, but our engagements with DPWI at the time didn't yield the desired fruit, and there were unnecessary delays which were caused. This has made us to take a decision to write to DPWI to request that we are exempted out of their processes, and we use the DBSA to assist us. That has been granted. To date, the MOU has already been concluded between DPWI and the DBSA. And we have also concluded an MOU between ourselves as well as the DBSA on the new headquarters building. And we are extending that so that it can cover the master plan building as well. At this point, we have a draft project execution plan in terms of the master plan. It is being finalized in consultation with the DBSA. We have appointed a structural engineer to design the concept for the bridge that is going to be interconnecting the current pavilion to the new headquarters, and DBSA is helping us with that. So we're good to go on that one. The town planner is already appointed as well to look at issues of servitudes being approved and the consolidation of the land for occupancy. And that has also been done and is in the process of registering that with the City Council. So the final issue that we're dealing with now is to make sure that all the outstanding documents from DPWI are ceded to Government Printing Works and the DBSA so that we can then be able to move ahead. We've got a 36-month turnaround plan on the PEP, which is the project execution plan. And as soon as the documents are received from DPWI, we're good to go. And we should be able to forge ahead with the actual construction of the master plan. This is going to be a state-of-the-art facility that is going to house all our equipment going forward to allow us to continue to expand our footprint, knowing that we will be able to cover even more countries. At this point, we do have the capacity to print for the countries that we are approaching, but we would like to see ourselves expand even further into the future. CFO, through you, Chairperson, if I can just allow CFO to take the questions, followed by Date Tamaga and then Memudise thereafter. With your indulgence, Chairperson. Thank you.
In that order, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Let me deal with the issue of the percentage of outsourced. So it's a more complicated question, mainly because you can express it either in volume or revenue.
The easy one for me is to express it now in terms of as a percentage of direct sales. So the outsourced as percentage of direct sales is about 4%. The reason why it gets a bit difficult is that most or some of your outsourced are either made or either printed as a made to order or made to stock item. So when it gets into stock, the revenue only gets realized at a later stage, which makes the calculation a bit more difficult. The percentage as
CFO, let me assist you. If you are not ready to respond to the question Honorable Ross has raised, you must indicate, we'll give you time to go and work that so that you don't respond to the committee on issues you are not clarified or have authority on. Because anything you respond to comment, we are going to, in the main, work on the information you are reporting to the committee. So if you are not certain, you must request for, or the CEO, let me direct to you, that will package the response in detail so that the committee has details issues with properly processed. I'm worried about how you frame your intro on the responses. I'm not sure whether I'm assisting you better, and I think it's how we need to run. Are you certain with your response?
Maybe let me come in and assist. I think we had a discussion with the CFO. Can we please be allowed to go back and package the information on outsourcing in terms of percentages? It's information that needs to be gathered so that we are sure of the facts that we'll be presenting in front of the committee and honorable members. So can I humbly request your indulgence for us to go back and lay this information, and we'll come back with a proper response, and the CFO can take the other questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Noted. Proceed, CFO.
Right, thank you, Chair. We'll take that. So the second one was the issue of the submission of AFSs. That one I'm certain of. We did submit the AFS for 22-23 on the 31st of May to the AG, and we got the confirmation letter from them. The issue of ghost service providers. No, we have not come across any ghost service provider that was paid. When we do payments, we do look at any exemptions or contracts that are in place. We make sure that that invoices are being certified. So in terms of that, no, we have not seen any ghost service providers on the Evergreen as it stands. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Who's the third one? CFO? I mean CEO?
Acting CIO, Mr. Tamaka, then Chief Director HR, Ms. Michelle Modise.
Okay, thank you in that order.
Thank you kindly, CEO. Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I think just to respond to the issue around the e-Gazette system, kindly note that the system is actually in production. However, it is not yet public facing. We're still doing a rate of test to check that cycling through a number of metrics to make sure that the system is robust and doesn't have any other issues once we go public. So that process is still running, and we're foreseeing it to be ending maybe in the next week or so. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. In that order, then we go to the Director General. Your last person, CEO.
Good afternoon, honorable members, my colleagues in GPW Home Affairs IEC. I would respond to the recruitment question in GPW. Honorable members would recall that our GPW structure was reviewed and approved, and from the approved position, we have developed a 5-year plan in which we are going to fill in all those vacancies that we have. And it needs to be noted that as we proceed with filling in the vacancies and recruiting, there are people that leave the organization and equally would need replacement. 416 positions, new positions were created on the structure, and 186 are currently in circulation at a different level of the recruitment process. We, as CEO indicated earlier, we have put efforts in ensuring that we are capacitating our IT department. IT has got 35 positions. Out of the 35, we've got 14 people that are in the employment currently, and 21 of those positions are currently in an advanced stage of the recruitment process. I think I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, CEO, with your team. The only area we may need to come back to you, CEO, is in relation to the matter that Honorable Ross raised with the CFO. I think we'll just do that in writing. Director General, I'm going to invite you. Then I invite the DM and the Minister, and then we stand off this item. DG?
No, thanks, Chairperson, and thanks to all the honorable members for the questions. Chairperson, I'll ask DDJ Mavuso to deal with two issues. One is with regards to the kiosks, and also the issue that Honorable Jejana raised with regards to the mobile trucks that were deployed in Elliotdale for both Willowvale and Butterworth, and also questions related to Sita is the acting CIO. But just to respond to some of the issues that have been raised, I suppose Honorable Ross, the partnership with the CSIR, it's no longer an intent. We've signed an MOU with them to give effect to this agreement. And to that extent, in the presentation, I did indicate the following. One is that there are 15 sites that have been selected to pilot alternative connectivity so that we don't have issues of an unstable network. And 5 of these, they are in the process of migrating from SITA to a network that CSIR is working on. And this will include, as I've said, offices that are both in your rural area, services that are in your urban areas, your high volume office, your medium volume office, and the low volume office. One is Wynberg in the Western Cape. We're looking at Umgeni. These are your high volume offices. So that's in the KZN province. Wynberg, it's in the Western Cape, and then Soshanguve in Gauteng, and then Potchefstroom in the Northwest, and then Menlyn as well. And then I also indicated, in addition to these, where we will now entangle our connectivity from SITA to the CSIR, we are also continuing with the diagnostic assessment of the offices in Bultfontein, Everton, Middelburg, Panabura, Pumbu, Randburg, Springbok, Wolmaranstad, so that you have a feel of the challenges. All of them are currently experiencing various connectivity challenges. So this work is ongoing as we speak. We've signed off the agreement. We have signed off the selection of these offices, and the teams are really working hard to make sure that this happens within a short period of time. And it comprises really experts from the CSIR, including those that work for the Center for High Performance Computing. So this work is currently underway. And in the main, we're looking for how we can find a network that's able to transport huge amounts of data, and of course, with the CSIR is used to managing some of these activities. They transport a lot of data, probably petabytes emanating from some of the initiatives of the Square Kilometer Array. So that's what we're looking at. It's no longer an intent, it's something that's ongoing. We are now in the phase of implementing, and their governance meetings, and the minister has been to 2 of those meetings where we're looking at progress that we are making with regards to this work. So we should be able at an opportune time come and brief the committee on the progress that we're making with regards to this specific area. And then there was a question from Honorable Jejana around the deployment of the mobile trucks in the Eastern Cape. Honorable Chochana, there's 15 mobile trucks that are deployed in the Eastern Cape province, and they're divided in terms of the 4 regions. Region 1 comprises OR Tambo and Alfred Nzo district, which is led by the DMO, Kanyile Diko. And then in Region 2, in that region, there's 6. And the Region 2, Buffalo City, Metro, and Amatole, there's 4. And this is a region that's led by Thobela Nongemane. And then Region 3, it's Nelson Mandela Metro and the Sarah Barkman district. There's 2, and that region is led by Tembinkosi Mnono. And then Region 4 comprises Krisane and Jogabi district. There are 3 of these mobiles, and that area is led by Mzoli Yawa. We previously shared with the Portfolio Committee Chair the plans for the deployment of mobiles, and I suppose we can do the same through Muzi and Lering or Mr. Matonzi in Parliament, just to give an indication where these mobiles are. I don't think it's a big challenge, so we should be able to do that. And then I think there was another issue that was raised with regards to by Honorable Pillay with regards to the DHA bill. As we've indicated, we have now received the draft bill from the drafters on the 31st of May. We currently are reviewing the inputs, and then we should be able to start with the process with the timeline. And our hope is that by the 31st of March 2023, we should have finalized some of these activities. And then I think there was another question with regards to by Honorable Pillay around the backup for generators for the mobile trucks. I think DDG Mavuso will respond to that in terms of activities, but we can assure you that all our mobile trucks do have generators. Of course, once you get to stage 5 and stage 6, it becomes difficult to run the generators for more than 8 hours. Chair, you asked a question around Matatiele. This is with regards to infrastructure and other infrastructure-related activities. I think on Matatiele, we can confirm, Chair, that the service provider is supposed to start during the course of this week. There were delays, given the fact that we were undertaking some of the repairs through the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. And we've now decided through our own initiative to initiate and also appoint a service provider to assist us with this. We do note the constraints that we've had with Public Works. So this work is underway. We've already been handed over the site, and our team is working towards ensuring that the site, despite the delays, is being prepared to ensure that we provide services in Matatiele and relocate our officials from that office, which is quite small, that we are sharing with Justice. And then there was another matter related to the offices or modernized offices in Mokopane, Chairperson, for both Mokopane and Thohoyandou. The Department of Public Works and Infrastructure has to finalize 2 variation orders, one for Thohoyandou and one for Mokopane. You will recall that this project was started some times ago, and in the process there were disruptions through protest actions by teams demanding a 30% set aside. And in certain instances, some of the service providers have actually gone beyond the stipulated budget, and they are now waiting for guidance from Public Works and Infrastructure. But it's a matter that we are dealing with Public Works and Infrastructure. In Mokopane, for example, already, while they're waiting for the connection to the grid, they already have a generator that's being tested. And similarly, it will be installed in Thohoyandou in Stenga. We hope that we should be able to complete that office by the 31st of December 2023. Taung is the one that has been presenting challenges. We've visited all these offices, and we have engaged Public Works and Infrastructure to look at some immediate interventions with regards to Taung, where there's been very slow progress. And then I think, Honorable Pillay, you did ask a question around irregular expenditure and consequence management. There are a number of disciplinary hearings that are currently underway. One is in relation to the ABIS matter, that the DC against of those officials that are reflected in the report is underway. And then, of course, you will recall that with regards to irregular expenditure at IT, that director was subsequently dismissed by the department. I think, Chairperson, let me pause here, but before I do that, I think there was one last question from Honorable Kanyile on unabridged birth certificates. You'll recall, Honorable Kanyile, we had quite a huge backlog, about 200,000. We've been able to finalize a lot of those applications for unabridged birth certificate. We're only left with 13,000 from 200,000, and we hope that by the end of this quarter, we would have finalized the 13,000 that's still left. So through you, Chairperson, if I can then invite DTG Mavuso just to respond to those issues related to IT. Thank you, Chair.
Chairperson, through you, if I could proceed.
Yeah, yes, proceed, Mr. Mavuso. Thank you.
Yes, no, Chair, maybe let me start with the issue of the kiosk. So, Honorable Ross, the kiosk is going to be able to do smart cards and passport applications, but also it's going to be able to deal with the issue of the reprints for birth, marriage, and death certificates. Obviously, there's going to be a process of authenticating the applicant utilizing their fingerprints. The issue of the photo, to ensure obvious that there is no photo swapping, the camera has got a live detection. Also, it will be able to do the what we call a facial recognition. So that's one issue in relation to the kiosk. I think DG has raised the issue on the CSR project, but the issue of the network that you are raising, Chair, there's been improvement in some of the areas relating to network, as DG has indicated in the report, even though it's not 100%. That is why we are going with the CETA option, with the CSR option to do the network architecture review, so that when we get back to either CETA or to CSIR, we're able to say, CSIR, your network architecture is actually stable enough, it's giving us what we are looking for, we're able to create the redundancy. Then that alternative network connectivity that the DG referred to is something that we'll then opt for if that work gives us a positive outcome. So that's what we are looking at. The issue of social services, we do work close with social development on late registration of birth, but part of the problem that we have is that in certain instances you get incomplete information even from social workers themselves. So that obviously renders the process of LRP that takes longer in relation to that. And then, Honorable Chetana, on the issue of Elliot Dale, it is true that on the 26th of May, 2023, the mobile truck was deployed at Elliot Dale in Madwaleni for collection. So those mobile trucks, when it got there, it needed to connect to two offices, because what we are doing is that a truck points to a particular office so that it then can be able to issue the smart cards. Because what we did not want to do was to create a mobile office as an office on its own. So the office is able to point to the nearest office, a truck. That is why the truck is linked to an office. So that mobile truck was supposed to point to Willowvale for clients who were applied under Willowvale and Butterworth offices. Some of the IDs, obviously, that when they were pointed to Willowvale, they were successfully collected. Actually, all those that were pointed to Willowvale were successfully collected. The ones that could not collect due to network challenges was those that were pointed to Butterworth. So that matter is being rectified by the DMO in the area to ensure that we are able to respond to that. And then the issue of the what are called generators, all the mobile trucks, when we procure them, we definitely have ensured that they have generators. They come built in with that. Then, if I were to then deal with the issues that were raised by Honorable Pillay on the issue of BAPS and the introduction of the collection. Just to indicate that the problem is that we did a change request long time ago for the issue of the collection, but unfortunately the developers that we have, they have a schedule of the work that they need to do on a particular period. So we've added this particular work and they're going to obviously prioritize it so that the system can continue to give citizens the type of services that we are looking for. And then I think Honorable Kanyile raised the issue of the discontinuation of the Green ID book. I think that work is ongoing. Maybe Minister will address it, but safe to say that we will only be able to do that once we have the kiosk and also in the offices that are non-modernized in order to ensure that we don't deprive citizens services. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mavuso and the DG for your comments and responses. Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good day to all members of the Portfolio Committee, IEC, Government Printing Works, and the leadership for Water Management Authority. Just a few questions that I'm going to deal with, Chair. The first one is around our relationship with social services. We do not currently have an MOU like we do with the Department of Education when it comes to social services, but I think we will be engaging with them moving forward. The current MOUs that we have is with the Department of Health as well as the Department of Education. On the issue of mobile units and how they are operating, mobile units are generally affected by load shedding. It becomes very difficult, not because they do not have alternative power source within them in the form of generators, but because they still need to connect via towers, and towers are commonly affected when there is load shedding, and it becomes difficult to operate. And that is why at some point we even looked at the issue of saying when there are higher stages of load shedding, maybe we must not deploy the mobile units, but deploy them when we know that stages of load shedding are a bit lower and it's going to work perfectly. Yes, we are looking at alternatives. For instance, the satellite would work much better than connecting through towers and all those things, but it is something that we have to look at. Remember, let us, for now, I think we should accept that, yes, we do have mobile units, they are working, but there is a need for us to consistently upgrade them, just like any other system. If we need to bring in more technology, whether through the partnerships that we're having, we need to be able to do that. On early birth registration, we are improving, and indeed our aim is to make sure that we register all births within the required 30 days, but those who are left out obviously will have to follow. What actually disturbed our plans was around the self-financing activities, and I think we've explained this issue to the committee before, that most of the health facilities and their connections were largely dependent on funds drawn down from self-financing activities. And when we could not, during the COVID phases, we could not raise much from self-financing activities. But now we are going back. I think we are making a projection of around 800 million, as we've also indicated in the budget vote. Then some of those funds will then be used for purposes of self-financing, which will increase our footprint in health facilities. But we already have a good footprint because we were targeting a more progressive approach. Firstly, start with hospitals that have higher bed rates, and in some of them we do have that presence. So as soon as we conclude the project with the self-financing activities, we will then be in a good space. On the UPCs, yes, DG is correct, about 13,000. You will remember that we had a huge backlog on this, and we are now improving 13,000. That is going to go down, and we're not going to see any more numbers of UPCs coming as requests, because each and every birth certificate that we issue now is unabridged, that birth certificate. So it means we'll deal with the backlog and not have any future increment on the backlog. It will remain like that. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. Minister?
Thank you very much. I think, Chair, most of the issues which you required that I respond to have already been responded to. I just want to make a few remarks. Firstly, taking from where the Deputy Minister left off about the relationship with other departments. Yes, we had to have a memorandum of understanding with education because we go to schools, we need to have agreement with them. When will you go, what time, etc., because we might disturb their programs. With the Department of Health, as you know, we're opening Home Affairs offices inside hospitals and mostly next to the labor ward, or what is commonly known as maternity ward. And so we had to say, to sign memorandum of understanding. With social development, Chair, the relationship is as follows. There are quite many instances where it's not very clear the parents of a particular child or who must take responsibility for that particular child, or the social circumstances under which that child is living and cannot be identified or take ID like all the other children. In that case, there's no way Home Affairs can issue an ID without a report from social workers. Social workers have to go visit that family and give us a report which we will use to issue that ID in a different way than what we do with other children. So that did not necessarily need a memorandum of understanding. It's the everyday work of social workers. They've got to do that. Same as adopted children. You are aware that when children are being adopted, it's not Home Affairs that conducts the adoption. It's social services. But thereafter, once social services give us the results of the adoption, we have got no option but to give identification documents, Comrade Chair. The other issue is about CETA. This issue of exemption, Chair, you mentioned something even about the cluster. Chairperson, it is common knowledge that there is no department of government that is satisfied about the issue, CETA connectivity. It's a perennial problem. It's only that Home Affairs happens to be the biggest victim because sometimes other government departments are able to do their work without network, internet connectivity, something that is absolutely impossible for Home Affairs. To issue every ID, to issue every birth certificate, to issue every passport, you do need that connectivity, without which Home Affairs may as well close shop, except in situations where we're issuing things like death certificate manually. And that's the only thing you can do without internet. All the other services, we do need that. Now, because we depend on CETA for this network connectivity, that's where the problem is. Now, when we complain bitterly and asking to be exempted, it was reported that the whole JCPS cluster, the police, the Justice Department, correctional services, even the army, believe some of their operations are not possible under the CETA systems because they are delaying. It is for this reason, as the DG has outlined, that we're looking elsewhere, and he has already outlined in detail about the work that CSIR has done. We went to CSIR in January this year. We met them for a very long time and explained our situation with CETA, and that it is something that we've been dealing with for many, many years, despite promises we are not getting out of that trouble. And that's when then CSIR came in for two reasons, as the DG has said. I mean, to do two things. Firstly, a diagnostic journey of all our system, but secondly, to connect us to a network system that is working, that doesn't have downtime. In other words, alternative networks other than the CETA networks. And DG has actually explained the pilots where we have started, the offices that have been chosen, for that purpose. Chairperson, the last thing I want to say is just a comment, because I suspect in future it may cause us problems. Or maybe before coming to that, I know that the IEC have adequately answered this question about them having to print ballot papers, Chairperson. I will plead that please let the IEC continue printing their documents from whatever institution outside government. I don't even know, as I'm sitting here, despite being government for a long time, despite IEC reporting to me, I don't even know where they are printing their ballot papers. And I believe it's better for it to remain that way, because what the chairperson of the IEC was saying was that it's not about our capacity or failure. It's just about perceptions. You can imagine next year, there will be independent candidates. We don't know what the size of the ballot is going to be. We are going to print more ballots. There's already a double ballot for national parliament, which was not there before. Imagine, because this is new, imagine something somehow going wrong. What political parties and independents will say. If it is done, that wrong happens. Chairperson, there's a disturbance on the screen. It says portfolio committee. I don't know whether it's support staff or not. May you ask them to mute, please? Thank you. Yes, Chairperson, I'm saying imagine this new system that we are all going into next year, where we are not very certain what will happen. Imagine something going wrong with the printing of ballot papers. And it so happened that the printer, as the IEC has said, is a government printer reporting to a member of the Executive Council of one of the parties that are contesting elections. Nobody will believe that that mistake has just happened. There is going to be a perception that it might have been done deliberately and all that. But if it is outside, when many of you, I'm sure many of you don't even know where IEC is printing, you just see yourself voting. And because for the past 29 years, nothing went wrong with that system, I'm really appealing that we remain with that system, maybe until the new issue of independence and the new approach to elections has stabilized. Is then that we can look for new ways of printing ballots. But for now, I'm really begging that we leave things as they are. The last issue, Chairperson, which I said is just a comment, on the issue of unabridged birth certificate, I think a report has already been given that from 2013, we are no longer printing, we are no longer issuing abridged birth certificate, we are issuing unabridged, meaning a birth certificate which has got all the details of the mother and the father and the child who needs that birth certificate. That is the intention, and that's what we are supposed to do. I am saying support, Chairperson, because in the advent of the overprevalence of teenage pregnancy, you realize that that system doesn't work as it should, because in some instances, you end up printing an abridged birth certificate by default. Abridged meaning that you only have the mother and the child and the baby. When you ask about the father, it becomes a big problem because of our socioeconomic conditions. So many of our teenagers will never give you the name of the father of the child. And you are aware that is a sensitive matter. We can't persist and interrogate them. So we just end up giving them the information we have, which is the information of the mother and the child. So in quite a number of birth certificates, you'll find a gap there where they are supposed to fill the name of the other parent. So I just want you to know in future, when you meet such a birth certificate, not to come and say the department was misleading you. These are social problems that we have got to live with, which we believe maybe as situations change in life, maybe that may change, but from the point of view of Home Affairs, it cannot be able to change just now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, members. I'm aware that we're going to a sitting now at 2 o'clock. I want to thank members of the Portfolio Committee for having considered the decisions as we have been interacting with the stakeholders, Home Affairs, IEC, Government Printing Works, and the BMA since 2019 until to date. And also on the issues that you have recommended and others arising from the annual performance plans of these various stakeholders. And for also the executive, yourself, Minister, the DM, the DG, and your team, Commissioner Mashinini then, and now Commissioner Miebza and your collective, the CEO, Prasai, the Government Printing Works, for also considering some of the issues that members have raised, recommended for implementation, but also for the frank and objective deliberation with members of the committee on some of the issues, weaknesses that they've identified, and also the positive outcomes out of those deliberations. I think we must thank the collective of the committee and yourselves. On the issue you are raising, Minister, you are pleading, I think let's wait for the printing bill that the Government Printing Works had to present to the committee. And we do clearly understand, and the committee understand the rationale behind some of the submissions carried by the Independent Electoral Commission. And I think we must just take note of some of the issues that are being raised. We appreciate your work that was recommended by the committee and the implementation, and we're looking forward. Now that the budget vote we've carried in the last 2 weeks, and some of the issues that we raised around those debates will carry us forward in terms of implementation of the work that we must do. Mr. Mavuso, I think you are clearly noting the concerns of members of the committee. And we do take progress thus far as a result of the deliberation by the committee members of the CSIR and the intervention thereof. I think we must pay more attention to the network problem that members have been raising. And I think we'll monitor the progress and the implementation phases in terms of how we have interfaced with the committee. I want to thank all of you, Minister and your team, and the Commissioner, Miebza, Commissioner Mashiapata, the CEO of Government Printing Works, and the colleagues for a healthy deliberation we've interacted in all the decisions we've taken and tracing the progress thus far that we've made. Outstanding issues will be followed. Mr. Matonzi will liaise with the committee, and members have raised some of the questions, citing in point issues of the Government Printing Works that ought to get a response on that, and continuously follow all those matters that have been raised. As we've resolved in all the items, Mr. Matonzi, we have recorded our decisions. We'll then interact in our next committee meeting. Is there any other matter, Mr. Matonzi, that you ought to give notice?
No, Chairperson, there's no other matter except that we have got one set of minutes. I'm not sure if we're still going to go there, that we need to adopt.
Okay, we'll take it in the next committee meeting. As you know that the sitting is starting now at 2 o'clock, and all of us who must join the sitting. Commissioner Miebza, is there any other matter?
We don't have any further matters, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you. CEO, is there any other matter?
Chairperson, thank you very much for giving us a hearing.
CEO, Government Print Works, is there any other matter?
Chairperson, we appreciate the opportunity and the support. Thank you. There's nothing further.
Minister, I assume that those were your closing remarks.
Yes, yes, Chair.
Okay, thank you, members. Thanks very much for the good meeting. We'll follow up on outstanding issues. Thanks, honorable members, for your contributions. Our meeting stands adjourned.